Hello, and welcome back to our second day at Book of Hours. We are exploring Hush House and setting ourselves up very, very nicely within it. We got quite a lot done yesterday, as we've unlocked huge chunks of the front staircase, as well as most recently a couple of central bedrooms, and the alchemist's lab was right at the end of yesterday. So my big goals that I want to unlock today is this huge room here, because I feel like this has got to be a grand library. If the whole concept of this house is a library house, then I feel like that's the case. Also, this is clearly a dining room, so it's not going to be like a ballroom dining room. I mean, it might be a ballroom, but I think this is going to be a giant library for organizing all of your books. And then I'd love to see if we could start taking a look at what's down here. Because I bet you the dark secrets of Hush House are down that way. So those are the two things I'd really like to do. I'm going to start taking some notes today as well, as we start looking at various statues and trying to figure out who goes where in our giant staircase. We also have another bedroom here I'd like to crack. Okay, so we started on... all of my stuff got moved down. Couple of FET cards. I think our health card must be in use. Oh, I can set these to any size I want. Yo, okay, hold on. This is a much better UI than the old Cultist Sim one. Oh, all right. Well, we're gonna pop my dumb face up a little bit higher then. Oh, I'm slowly climbing up the stream. The longer we play, the higher and higher I'm going to get as time goes on. All right. Perfect. Perfection. So we have a lesson for Sky and Scale, which I believe we were hoping to boost Sky Stories with. Yes. Horo Macastry with Sky Stories. We were going to do that, and we needed a good... I think what we needed was a good Sky Weather. We're cataloging a book right now, so we're gonna have to wait for that to happen anyway.
What is Book of Horrors?
Book of Hours, Sirik, thank you for the tier 2 sub for 27 months. You maniac. Book of Hours is a game in which a very like Eldritch horror inspired type of game where you wash up on a beach outside of a little village with nothing but a journal in your possession that you don't know how you got there, you don't know what the journal is about, and you start decoding the journal and finding out that you have been appointed the librarian of Hush House, which is this like castle-like library mansion that exists on this island, and you start to unravel the journal and also start unraveling the mysteries of the island and the gods which inhabit this world behind the veils and the curtains and in the shadows and everything else. It is the sequel to Cultist Simulator, or the loose sequel to Cultist Simulator. Okay, one thing I actually just remembered with this Serpent Skin journal is we picked up ink. We picked up a couple new inks. There's all sorts of new stuff in this alchemy laboratory that we haven't figured out what we want to crack in with. Refulgin, a pigment of binding white, the first precursor of the great inks. It's called memory, substance, and solution. Liquids and fuels. So I guess we're just going to be able to craft different things here. This allows me to craft an ink. And of course, only certain things are going to work. This would require some sort of sky energy. Oh, I guess if I took that out, we don't have anything that's like 2 sky. No. Pigments, pentiments, and precursor. Are any of you scale? It's gonna take us a while to figure all this out today, I think. I mean, it's Winter, Lantern, Grail, and Forge, of which we don't really have. We do have Whist. And Sights and Sensations. If I could get a Winter memory, we might be able to do something with that as well. Now, okay, we're doing manual labor here as also. Should we? Clouds doesn't give us a lot of anything. It's Moon and Moth. And this is a 12 Moth book. And all of our other 12 books are like full up. I'd really like to start organizing this little chunk of the library if we can. If that's something we think we can get done today, then I'm going to try for it. I'm trying to remember exactly like where we are in this whole grand scheme of things. And she wanted a moon book, but we didn't have one translated. We had sky, we had scale, sky, knock, and 2 lantern. Then we have lots of little books asking to be cracked open, but all dependent on the weather. Oh, this is nice. DeHorus Book 1 and DeHorus Book 2. I like that not only are we getting some of the books, but it's also like we're not just like getting knife books, we're also like getting knife books that are in order. Edge books. Okay. We got to figure out what we're doing here. Hard to remember exactly where we left off. I did say I wanted to upgrade that with this. And then understanding. I guess it's just we need memories. So you know what? We're gonna go hire the priest, so that we can just talk to him and steal his memories all day. We'll also spend E-Reb talking to the people at the inn, because they got good, delicious memories we can yoink. Got no place for this heart card anymore. I think if we can get some good memories, that'll be the key. That'll be the key. We're losing Dr. Erin Peel, sadly. But we'll get her back. Or we'll get someone to replace her. I suppose I could, at the very least, I could catalog some books. We do have this nice study. I wish that the desks also gave you like 1 bonus to each of those skills. We have a memory of lantern. Not really one we're struggling with. Lantern 12. If we got 2 there, we got 2 there. We got 3 there. 7. 8, 9, maybe. No, we need to upgrade. Yeah. We need to upgrade Sky Stories. so that we can book it in somewhere so that we can upgrade something like the Faust cards. God, there's so many little steps. Talk to the old rector again, see if we can't get anything. Today might just be about making some money. A gossip memory. Let's throw our West in and help write some letters. While we're getting ourselves back on the ground, it's not a bad idea for us to focus a little bit on making some cash. Making that paper. We've got another fet. We'll keep working on books too. You're 2 roses. Two rows plus 2 rows. You're 10 rows. And all of our fet is used. Yeah, I don't think we're going to crack any actual rooms today. Just as we get our feet back underneath us. An impulse memory. That's moth and nectar. Okay, we got a few memories, though. So, real talk. Let's think about this. I could boost him with a lot of lantern. Get him to like 6 lantern.
AgentNumberOne, AgentNumberOne, AgentNumberOne.
AgentNumberOne. James, how you doing today, dude? Thank you so much for the resub for 28 months. This is a nicer looking cultist cultist simulator. Very much so. It is a much smoother cultist simulator with a bit more of a plot to it. Six key, 6 knock. None of these rooms need lantern. Yes, actually you do. The shadowed atrium. Oh, we can do that. We can do that. We can do that. We can do that. Give him a memory of revelation. He gets to 4. Give him a Faust. He'll get to 6. So we can use him to get the shadowed atrium open. Excellent. And I can burn off a Faust on that. Doing okay? How you doing? I'm doing well, my dude. Just enjoying the slowness of August and playing a game that I've been like very, very eager and excited to play. It's been a quiet old August.
On a scale of 1 to fun, how would you rate being gifted this house?
On a scale of 1 to fun, fantabulous. I'd have to say. Get that guy boosted up. There's so many little mysteries in this house and things to explore. Like every time I think I'm like, oh, okay, we got something figured out. It's like, no, you haven't. This is a Moon 4 book. We can get a Moon 4 book. Can I use that? I can. And I can use this? I can. Tell me I got 2 moon. Tell me I have any moon.
Just save everything for the next pandemic LMAO.
I mean, this house literally has like candles lit and glasses of wine poured from whatever happened the last time. We have sky, we have lantern. We have the Faraday lens, but that won't do anything. We have, ooh, what do we have here? A serpent style glass. This is scale, okay. And perniculate, that's scale. And Stargall ink is sky. Houndsgall is scale ink. What about this creepy doll? Oh, this one will also explode. This can survive consider without being used up, although it'll still be used up in crafting. We might have to give that a consider. I actually don't have what I need to do this. I'd like to consider this doll. Oh, this Moon 4 book. That would have let us do the affairs of the messenger casket. I'm worried we're going to get, we're going to lose this. Is one of my big fears here. And all these memories and everything, and I can't even crack any of them open. All right, you there. Open up the Shadowed Atrium for me. This rector has been extremely, extremely helpful. Ordained by the Church of the Unconquered Sun, a learned man, blessed in the tally, the gate, and the light. What have I learned? It's cold. It's always cold. It's grateful for my warmth. What have we learned? Not a lot. I feel like this is going to start getting out of control pretty soon. As we start filling up with all these different powers. I think that's everything we can do for the day. Oh, at least until that's open. Here we go. I was wrong. It's a church. The Watchman, the Menescat, the Sun in Rags, and the Madugad. Wow, I recognize the Sun in Rags from Cultist Simulator, but the others I don't. This has long been a holy place, but shadows are the only worshippers here now. The windows have been painted black, the pews overturned, and the organ hung with black ribbons. 6 lantern, okay. And a gloomy staircase. 6 of a bunch of stuff. We did unlock the Shrine to Saint Genuaris. The name which was wounded, the name of exceptions, the little god at the door. It accepts marks. So marks are the the things we were crafting before that we can make for free. Cooperatives, omens, and elements of the soul. Then we remember lights or memories. I don't have a soul to do in this right now. But this is interesting. It's a Nicodromy challenge. Oh! You can use that skill here to create 2 identical soul cards into a greater one via Nicodromy challenges. This is really good. This is super valuable. This would allow me to upgrade my Fet with Path and Pilgrim. Absolutely, this would allow me to upgrade my Fet with Path and Pilgrim. And if I put my Oral Contemplations in a Nictodromy, we might also be able to upgrade that. That would be this card. So I need to upgrade Oral Contemplations to do that. And I guess that will probably also get me more Fet. I'm not actually sure what that will get me. Oh, that's exciting. What else do we got? We got a chair. We got... That's it. No, a couple of Egliofotis scented candles. A candle scented with Egliofotis. Knock, lantern, and rose. Damn, these are good. And heart. Those are some cool candles there, boss. We gotta just wait for dawn. Okay, largely a bit of a bust of a day, but it's okay. The auction house has got the crossing to noon. Sadly, it doesn't... I still don't have any tally. It's snowing. 3 winter, 3 sky. Oh, well, that's all I need to upgrade Sky Stories for sure. You need an element of the soul. Improve this skill to level 2. This will increase its aspects with help with crafting and make it suitable for higher branches of the Tree of Wisdom. Hot damn. That's good stuff right there. It does make use of our weather for the day, but I feel like that's a good use of it. I'm gonna work for the working man. Yeah, we are super broke. I don't even think I can afford a single hire. So now we have level 2 Sky Stories, which we can slot into Horomachistry. And get another Fet. I guess we're going deep into Fet. We have way too much of this card already. But this does mean that I could use this with 2 Fet and this Astrolab, and I think that's all I need. I can't put in the Fet Plus, can I? No. It has to be the Fet. Will widen my aspirations and expand my Fet, but this will have me 2 Fet Plus, which I can then use. This is such a runaround, but I can then use that with hopefully oral contemplations eventually, once I lock that into place. We might as well hire Jimbo Job here. What does Fet mean? Fet is the part of us which walks in dreams. It is one of the 9 parts of the human soul. So we have the Fet, the Wisp, the Ered, the Trist, the Faust. Chore, we know, is another one. We got 2 shillings. We got a priest. Let's talk to him for some memories. And I guess we'll see if we can't get him boosted at all. I already feel like this board needs to be a little bit higher. There's just too much going on in it. Now, so I think the bedroom, scale and key, or this reeking chamber, heart and sky. These ones interest me a lot. Rose. Do we have any rose rooms? Not a one. Sixpence. I suppose we could use Ereb to get another memory here as well. Rose. I mean, like, I'm sure that there's, I don't know, maybe like alchemical stuff or This is rose focused. So Path and Pilgrim with a FET plus. And there's all sorts of other stuff I could put in here, probably. All of these candles and stuff. Oh yeah, the salt sign. Prentice level. Path and Pilgrim with Prentice level blank creates salt signs. Oh, okay, so I could just make more of those there. I see. So I'm starting to feel like the different zones, like the desks, the telescope and stuff, they all kind of still make the same stuff. They just make it with different sets of tools. You can create confounding parables, which is a rose memory. This is what I want to do, is upgrade these, but I don't have a thing matched to them yet, so I can't. Memory of winter and memory of scale. Memory of... Another memory of winter. Alright, that's a good bit of winter. Can I work with that? 4 winter? That's staircase, technically. That's 8 winter for the dining hall. 6 winter for the staircase. I'm not sure how many memories you can feed one person. But I guess there's one way to find out. Oops. Like that the snowflakes are hanging on strings? Oh, cute. Yeah, they don't really move, right? Everything has got that great, like, paper doll cut out, which I really enjoy. I'm going to use my FOST here as well to help with letters. Is it already nighttime? Useless. His day zoomed by. What happened? Grab a couple of books. We did pick up a 8 moth scroll. I really want to get this book done. Book are you hiding in here? 10 knock. I could fill this place in a minute if I just moved everything over. Ten sky. That's fun. Let's do a dawn book. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's dawn period, sometime before the end of the first millennium. If I examine it, I can find more knowledge about what it contains. Books from this period are sometimes contaminated. Oh, okay. Ruh-roh. Alright, we got a fair bit of money here now. 30. I might want to hire somebody today. Let's see what the weather says. Rain. 2 grail. Now, we can get a grail lady for cheap. Guaranteed. 5 grail.
It's wild how many different undercity types Warhammer cities can have. Innkeeper in altar steps outside one day, frowns, and looks around at the buzz growing on the sides of buildings, the piles of skulls on the street corners, the hooded scurrying figures who keep snorting some kind of green dust, and the shambling
zombies in the middle sneaking out of the back of the Merchant's Guild with a chest full of gold. Start to think something odd might be going on. I mean, people in Warhammer are definitely like pretty blind to what's happening. Ooh, shoot. I see the problem here. I need to use my E-Rev to hire this person if I want them. They're 2 grail. I could give them 2 grail. But I need 5 grail. Surely I have something they can drink. I must. Or a memory I can steal from them. 8 rows. That's maybe doable. Whoops, I forgot to actually hire you. Oh, there's much to be done here. The midwife's assistance is 2 grail. Yes, I am correct in that. I could just talk to her about a memory and hope to get one. I'm going to start talking about the weather, though. I'm going to use my whist here as well. So this is good. We also know that we can get a helper with 2 winter. She has 4 grail. We don't have like a 4 grail book, do we? I don't think we have a single grail book. Truth be told. Now that I think about it. And what was that book we just... This was the one? Oh, I don't know. Okay, 4 grail. So what I want to do is I want to find something she can drink in the house. Such as this armagnac. That's 1 grail. I wonder if like giving them drinks gives them like permanent like reputation or something like that. If it does more than just like a temporary upgrade. Don't call me Shirley. Who do you think you are? $10 grail. I spoke too soon. This is 10 grail with bloodlines. Curse. Choices. The neglected room. I mean, I do obviously want to know what's at the top of this tower as well. It's one of the great mysteries. I'm going to spend a fet on this. We'll catalog a few extra books today. I'm going to save my Faust for working the inn. We can get a few extra, scrape a few shillings together. Then we can just hire some outside help. Which I feel like is definitely not the best way to go about things, but it does kind of work. $14 edge. Sounds like we got a room opened. Ooh. The Patience Lounge. In this room, the accursed of the Great War gathered to recuperate. Those who had suffered something no more horrible but somewhat more mysterious than the war's usual wounds to body and spirit. An interruption of worms, perhaps, or that risks the military end of Suppression Bureau activities. Among them were minor luminaries of the invisible world. Christopher Illipoy, Zachary Wakefield, Harvey Hattington. Wakefield we've heard before. But not Brian Levinson, who had been the 9th Librarian. Write that down. Write that down. Where's my notepad? Brian Levinston, 9th Librarian. And under whose tenure the infirmary had flourished. He enlisted, he served for a time as a medical officer on the Western Front, and his body was never found. A projector!
My doctor friend is addicted to hitting people on their knees to test their reflexes. He really gets a kick out of it.
That's pretty good. We also got a lacquered bone chess set. Second flush of Sam. Ooh, a couple of sets of second flush. I guess this is if we find films. Ooh, a book. Tucked away. If we find films, we can now play them here. Not that we have any films. The Motley Tower, first floor. The door jams half open, but the room above is a bright oasis after the dreary neglect of the lower tower. Some kind of protections in place. Heart and moth. Then we also have this gloomy room above the infirmary, which looks like a morgue. Knowing this game, it's probably a morgue. I'd put good money that morgue might be a morgue. All right, I got health and Faust still. Yeah, let's catalog. I'm going to spend all this here helping out the children. Boo, boo, boo. We're doing this now, are we, in that case? Who was the biggest contributor to King Arthur's Round Table? Circumference? Ooh. Definitely the biggest. I mean, I'm booing, but I also love puns, so it's a mixed bag. 4 knife, 4 edge, I mean. War of the Roads. Oh, look. There's a Fett card hiding back here. I like cataloging all the books, because then if we have extra stuff, we can use it to, like, if we run out of books, we can spend that time looking at statues. What do we get? An 18 mystery rose written in VAC. Good gravy, Miss Daisy. Won't be touching that one for a while. Your rose, your edge. Put edge over here. Put rose in that spot.
And if we run out of statues,
we can start looking at the artwork on the walls. Don't you understand? There's always something to look at in the old hush house. All right, lads, we made some good money here. We got half a crown. What happens if I organize this? It does organize. Interesting. So, we've got Storm today, which is very, very useful. Useful. 4 sky, 4 heart. So we're talking 5 sky, 5 heart. The Ruinous Hall is doable. The Grand Descent. The reeking chamber would be maybe. Six heart could get us the church. Ooh. Ooh. Obviously, I'm interested in that. The morgue is also 5 heart. The tower, the Motley Tower, is 5 heart. Okay, so our health card for sure. Along with the storm. I can use E-Rev to speak with Denzel. And I think he has 1 heart. He'll hire for a shilling. I think he has 1 heart. I think he has 2 forge, 1 heart, 1 edge. Though obviously I'm not so sure about that anymore. I need to start writing notes down. Mrs. Achille was 2 Grail, 1. One something. Denzel. 2 forge, 2 edge. Maybe there's still something we can do with that. I feel like we have a lot of like drugs and stuff we could probably hook this bad boy up with. Yeah. For sure we got drugs. We can definitely pump him full of something. This essence, it's a pigment. I'd kind of maybe not want to use that. For winter. Can you give them tools? Really? That's super valuable. Kaliviats, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the agency. We gotta take a little look around and see what I got for this guy. At Armagnac. The Lapsang Souchong is 2 forge. So I feel like we have a part of the house. Here we go. That's what I'll do. We're going to give him this cup of Lapsang Souchong. That'll get him to 4, and then I can put him on this staircase where we have other work to be done. We should check to see who's available in the unusual help department. And hell, let's just hire the priest. At this point, it seems like the right idea. So, you can crack open that staircase. This will be good because this will also get us access to this entire floor. Which, I don't know that there's any other way to get into this back area until we unlock that anyway, so. The rector, we can just speak to get a secret. Ooh. So a musician is primarily sky. And that storm is sky. Do we have anything that demands a lot of sky? I mean, I guess if I hired him and fed him this storm and fed him a Faust and fed him the Astro Lab, I could probably get him to open up like a 10 sky book. I think that's the play. I'm going to open up some more books in the meantime, though. Hush has a solar Gothic period roughly between the 1000s and 15s. You know what? I also got to start making note about, like, 1000 to 1500. The smoking room. Lantern. Okay, that's easy to get the priest up 5 lantern. The third librarian. We did discover that Solomon Husher was third librarian. So this goes here. Solomon Husher, third librarian. Noted. You got a lantern revelation. See, already I could get him to 5 with a cup of tea and that revelation memory. But I think 24. I'm gonna do this. This is a very expensive play. I hope it pays off. Oh wow, he's really good. Traveling musician is 4 nectar, 4 sky, 4 rose. We're gonna speak to him and give him the storm, and that's gonna give him 8. If I give him Fost, that's 9. If I give him the Astrolab, that's 10. If I can fit in that many things in one day. Here's a Nectar 4 book. Maybe I should put these in the front room. Six, 6, cursed. 4, 4, 4. Any of these fit in here? These are all kind of just like the cheap and easy books. And we still haven't written back in this journal. If I could lay my hands on suitable ink, he says. I really feel like this screwed up. I feel like this has to be Ink of Revelations. But like tier 1. We don't have any big sky rooms, do we? You're at 8. Give you Fost for 9. Ooh, the Reeking Chamber. I could have him do the Reeking Chamber, but at the same time, I have a 10 book here, and I feel like that's probably more value if I can get him up to 10. Which I should be able to with the Astrolab. Boom. Boom. Wow, what a boost. This traveling musician. We are putting him to work. I guess we don't need health. That's if we were going to go hurt. You know what? Just in case. Let's work on some letters here. This book isn't in a weird language. No. Not yet, at least. Not that we're aware of. And I think I just talked to him with the book. I think I say this, and then that. Can I consider the book with him? I thought for sure you could have people translate books. He looks up to elements, memories, tools, beverages, and sustenance. But that's it. Well, we got the reeking chamber. I guess we'll put him to work in there. It's a bit of a waste. I mean, he was 8. Damn, I really thought we could get a book open. Such tragedy. Maybe he can't read? I mean, maybe. Well, if that's the case, Rector. Hell, I barely knew her. This room? This room? Could have sworn I had a lantern 4. I have a lantern 5 room. If I can get to him before nightfall, we can boost him. Winter 10. Winter 10. I think we're going to get 2 rooms today. I dare say we are. That's 6 lantern. The Mazarine Room, Kitty's pride and the house's joy. Kitty Mazarine was better known for her vocal compositions, but she was a versatile musician, and on winter evenings she'd invite visitors and villagers alike to her recitals. Kitty Mazarine. I'm a musician. Applications, sounds. Sounds. I can put sounds in here. Memories, souls, and skills. So through music and a drum. Ah, preservation skills. These are challenges, but these are preservation evolutions. And birdsong evolutions. Wow, this was a great room. 2 birdsong evolutions. A quivering double bass. Oh, Jesus. So many options. You're clearly deaf. The next Beethoven. Wayayada. We have a rose haunted hall. This is another dining hall, I think. Room is rife with climbing roses, tangled in lamps sprawled across the table. The blossoms are deep, deep red, one of the colors not often seen in waking life. And the perfume makes my head swim. Another Van Loren's protections or something else? 7 Grail, 7 Nectar. Well, well, well. This was a good day. I thought today was going to be a bust, and it wasn't. After the turn of the century is nocturnal period. which I'm just writing down because I feel like maybe it is valuable knowledge to know. Okay, we're at 6. Perfect. The darkened church gets unlocked. You know what? I'm going to bring these back down so we can see them. Because it feels like the answer is just pushing this button at this point. You're an 8 Grail. A couple of good Grail books right now. And we wait for the church to be opened. Which is pretty exciting. It is arguably the biggest room in the house. Maybe this one above it. Poor Rector, we got him working through the night. Hail! 3 knife, 3 edge, 3 sky. And the church is opened. The Watchman. The Metascat. The Sun in Rags. And the Madrugad. Forge. Winter. The Sun in Rags is winter? Metascat is moon, and the Watchman. Lantern. For 1,000 years, the unconquered sun has been worshipped here in all his aspects. Since the heresies of the intercalate, many of these aspects are considered distinct hours in their own right, and the sun's death and birth are both now celebrated. The Abbey Church used to be more golden, but many of the valuables were lost during the dissolution, including the original stained glass. The magnificent windows are a recent manufactured, financed by the 8th Librarian Green, who was a believer in the Second Dawn. 8th Green is the 8th Librarian. With an E. Solar Gothic was 11th to 16th century. Which I think we knew, yeah. What do we got? We got an organ. We have un, deux, trois books from the Solar Gothic period. A vase, some candles. Lots of basic candles, uncomfortable seats. Sol Invictus symbol. Eternal symbol of the unconquered sun. All the way back to the Shadowless Empire. Ah, here we go. The Solar Altar. This is the unique thing here. Evolve via Hushery. Good to see. That's really bad stained glass. You don't like it? I mean, I guess the white on the outside is a bit... They said it was modern stained glass, so... Hushery. Hushery dushery do. Solar. Well, we're almost through all the books. It's a new day. It's hailing. Oh, sorry. There's also some other stuff over here. The Veiled Chamber. Looks like a tiny chapel. A very holy place, too holy to be untended safely for this long. 77 candles, and each one burns with a chill blue flame, each flame inhabited by a watchful spirit. 9. Damn, I think that's the hardest room we've hit so far. Edge and Sky. The gloomy room. The top room. Who is Edge? Did I say? Denzel is Edge. He's 2 Edge. So that's 5 Edge. The Morgue for a shilling is not a bad price. Or this giant dining room for some drugs. I don't really want to use the pedunculate yet. I mean, there's all, like, this is like a knock 6. I could open God knows what room with knock 6. Knock 6, here you go. Serpent haunted bedroom. Boom. Ready to go. That's a bedroom too. And like the father is, I think, knock 1 lantern 2. So I'm just going to hire him for sure. Let's start with him. Faces don't even look like stained glass. I mean, it's a style design. This one looks stained glassy, I would argue. It looks crazy. Chalice of fire and a chalice of like overflowing water. There's another chilling. I need my E-Reb to talk to you for a shilling. Let's just get some secrets out of you. We'll help with some books here. We got Denzel. I'm gonna give him hail as soon as I'm done talking to this stupid rector. We should catalog some books, probably. We might as well. Perry on, good morning. Hello. Ooh. A memory of the storm. Oh my. We could get a lot of sky right now too. There's only so much you can do in a single day, right? Loomy stairs. This would get us the top floor. With 6 knife? Or 8 for that. Hoo-hoo. We're gonna have to see. So he is... I just want to write him down as well. Rector is 2 lantern, 1 knock. Gordy, good day. How you doing? Doing some cultist new game. It is. It's exactly what it is. And it is incredible. It's so good. 12 heart. Those are all grail. So put a heart down there. Okay. Okay. You're up to 5. So now the question comes is, what do I give you to get you up a little bit more? Everything is all so spread out around the house. 6 nectar. Arsenic? I feel like maybe don't give him arsenic. What about this stuff? Grail. 6 edge. This is really good stuff. Serpent milk. Forge and sky. Skin shock. That's a bunch of moth. I mean, I really feel like with all the juice we have sitting around right now, we could just keep feeding the rector most of the stuff. Isle water. Your lantern and your sky. Red forge. That's a little of everything. Mist-kissed water. A little of everything. Eight. All I wanted was a +2. So that's so much to ask. +1. Give him that tea. That might be all I can do. They're keeping the same looks and play-wise. Love those. Otherwise doing good. Heavy lactose attack I had yesterday. Oof. That is a hard one to deal with. I thought I was lactose intolerant for a really long time. And it turned out I was not. And I was very grateful because I love lactose. Big fan of the stuff. The ink. I can't give him the ink. It literally won't let me. All right. Well, if you've got 5 knife, maybe we'll just get you to do a smaller room. No, okay. Yeah. Give him a cup of this second flush of Sam, and he'll get 6, and then we can get him to do this staircase to the top floor. We're getting there. Too hard to sky. Ooh, too hard to sky. What's this book? 6 scale. That ain't impossible. We'll put him out here. And you're gonna crack this bad boy, are you? Gloomy stare. Okay, so the question now is like, what do we want to do with the rector? I could feed him this memory of the storm and get him some options. And then maybe we could feed him something else and get him just to open up a room. Oh, and then I guess we know he's not going to use that FET plus. Before the end of the first millennium. These ones are sometimes contaminated. They're like pretty complex. I think I'll just do a Curia period, which is 17 to 18s. (17 to 18s). So solar is 1,000 to 15. That's 17 to 18. Someone throw yogurt on your face? Me as a Dutch person who loves the cheese, there's 4 hours trouble. Basically a vessel of nothing. Oh my goodness. That's rough. That's rough. The game is really good. It's full of mysteries. It's full of questions and surprises. Great little like puzzles and collectibles. I've really been enjoying it so far. Like it's been just nothing but a pleasure to play. If you like Cultist Simulator, obviously like the UI is a little much until you learn how it works, and then it's like super easy. Don't fall for not applying this staff of the place where I was eating about lactose. Hard aged cheese don't have lactose. Lactose is so good though. Like you ever have like a beer with lactose in it, like a milkshake beer? You'd think they'd be disgusting, and then you drink them and you're like, oh, these are actually pretty delicious. I see why people like this. 3 heart. Could we get you 3 heart on something? For sure we could. Could also just get you like 4 keys. The stuff you make in here is too good. Ruby Wise Ruin. is 2 of everything. It's also 4 of Grail, though, so I'm a little hesitant to use it on something like that. Like, I kind of generally want to use them for what they're best at. 2 keys. Two keys, 3 keys. I gotta start just putting everything in one goddamn room. Yeah, that's it. That's it. I gotta start moving stuff around so I don't have to go looking for it everywhere. Because it is insufferable trying to figure out where everything is right now. What do you mean you can't go there? Yes, you can. Sure. Let's do that. I'm also going to then grab this and this. And I'm going to grab you and probably everything that's in here. We're going to need to move over. Ruby-wise ruin. This can go up here. This is actually 2 bottles of this stuff we have right now. Oh, this is a way smarter idea. I should have been doing this a long time ago. I also should probably just put this journal down that I'm lugging all over the place. Whispering sand. Interesting. There's also you. I'll leave the bread here. More poisons and whatnot. Sorry, I'm just gonna make this is just gonna make all of our lives so much easier once everything is shuffled over and I don't have to like run around the house trying to find everything. Boop, 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 boop. More serving pot, a couple more bottles of poison and inks. I'm sure it's like I'm gonna want inks in one room and poisons in another and drinks in a third. Any more room? Yes, there's just enough. Oh my god, there's a couple cups down here as well. Jesus, it doesn't end. Yeah, already this place is wildly out of control. You can fit in there. You're being highlit. No? Okay. That'll have to do. Milkshake beer like an alcoholic fluter. No, it's literally it's a beer that they make taste like say like vanilla ice cream. And then they put lactose in it and it gives it like the mouth feel is the best way to describe it. I mean, it's a terrible way to describe something, but it is the best way to describe it. What about lantern? Are there any more lantern rooms? Because that's what he does best. Lantern 9. Lantern 5. Smoking room. We could get him do that easy. Yeah. We give him fast. That gives him 4. We let him take a look at the mirror scope. That gives him 5, and he can break that room open. Which is great, because we need a hot minute while they do the staircase anyway. We can help with some letters. My books. Vegemite, I have not. I don't think so, at least. Seems like one of those awful, awful things. A shrine to Magarud. She's the forge goddess. And is also where we do Illustratory upgrades, which we have. We can combine. So we can combine our Faust together here with glass blowing. Oh my god, and the Inks of Revelation. We can combine 2 sets of Fausts that we haven't done yet. Spiders. E-Reb, we only have 1 of. Fet, we have to upgrade Fets. We gotta start upgrading our skills. I think that's where the next money is. Talk to you again, give you the mirror scope. And then this is a lantern scroll of 8 written in Sanskrit. Well, that's maybe doable. I wouldn't say it's not doable. It's going to be on the list to get one day if I have nothing less to do. I'm telling you, yeah, milkshake beers are great. You need a name. I don't know. All the ones that we get here are like weird Quebec ones because everything is like microbrewed in Quebec because it has to be in French. Sorry, we also have the Wind Prowled Gallery up here. 8 Lantern Sky or Forge. Oh, that should be relatively easy. Kernhawek Henevek, a forgotten language. Grail Mystery. Whoa, this is only a Grail 4, but it's in a language we don't know how to speak, which is super cool. Open Sesame. Yeah, this was a great day. Again, we got 2 rooms opened. Any day we can pop 2 rooms in the house is a good day. Yeah, like we literally have just like it's like a milkshake IPA. I don't know the name of it. You if you go to any like beer store, if you have like big beer stores or like artisanal beer stores, I guess near you, they'd probably have a milkshake IPA or a milkshake something or other. Your house looking pretty good. It is. We've been cracking through it. We're not doing so good on books, translated books. Like we have very few translated books. But we have been renovating the house an awful lot. We have almost the entire, I guess the entire main staircase is done. So this is where all the collectibles are. And now we have, oh, this is not a spooky room at all. The smoking room, the Westcott room. We shall have no cigars in the library, and we shall have no house without a smoking room. Dr. Ambrose Westcott, 1734 to 1797. I gotta write that down. The Curia period. In the 18th century. Until 1896. Update that. The Mansis. Oh, anyone who's played Cultist Simulator recognizes this painting. This is all the different gates. There have been many attempts to depict the House of the Sun. This, by the visionary painter known only as Magyar, is the best known. It is signed and dated, and if it's really the original, it must count as one of the great treasures of the house. The Mansis is like where the hours live in this weird like dream hellscape. We got paper, we got Ashertine, a ton of extra books in here and bookshelves. Ambrose Westcott.
God, not that painting. It gives me flashbacks.
Right? Doesn't it though? Former rivals, right? Ambrose Westcott liked to name his hunting trophies after former rivals: Philemon, Tavish, and Finian. Rivals or adversaries. This is, I've got to consider this painting. Because I bet you it's going to give you something crazy if you do. Cranial Tchotchke. We all come to this condition at the end, but that's not all of us are fortunate enough to be lovingly buffed and fixed carefully to a stylish wood stand. An egg! When an egg is not dead, something may emerge. When an egg is dead, something may be placed within. Thirza Blake, 7th Librarian of Hush House. Thirza Blake, 7th Librarian. Okay, I know the 9th, 8th, and 7th now. What else do we have in here? A web-snared room. This looks like a cool map room. 6 rows or 6 sky? That shouldn't be too bad. Found a Swedish milk stout. Yeah, that'd be the same thing. Anything that says like milk something. Milkshake IPA we have here. Yeah, yeah. 1 store for alcoholic beverages in all of Sweden? That seems unreasonable. Really enjoying the not-so-hidden unpacking mechanic built into the Book of Hours? Yeah.
Cultist simulator, you found the house, and this is one of your distant proteges picking up where you left off.
I mean, I think that's kind of maybe a little bit what it's suggesting with the journal. Because the whole thing with Cultist Simulator, right, is you always wake up with the journal and you're like, how did I get this? Or it's like, you know, you're a doctor at the hospital and you're like, somebody dies and they leave you the journal. The journal always shows up, and it's unclear if this is the same journal, but it sort of seems to imply that it is. It's definitely like the through line. Yeah, unpacking the house is really, really a cute aspect. The wood grows around the walls of the mantis. As any student of history knows, the mantis has no walls. If it's 2.3, 3.5 for beer, it's not allowed to be sold anywhere other than the System Bolaget. That's like the national beer store or whatever. Nationally funded beer store. Nationally run beer store, I assume. They might have it as well. What if Cultist Simulator, you found the house and this... You're right, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably pretty likely. Sunny. Sky and lantern. Okay, there's a lot we can do with that. We have a new visitor coming. And a yearly stipend from Rowan has arrived. Oh, finally. Along with the usual rather stiffy reminder that I should spend it wisely. An iron spinatra. This is worth a tally. And a £1 note. $240? $240. Yo. Who's ready to crack open every room in this house? I know I am. This gives lantern too, so I feel like we should just hire the priest today. Like, save the money. Give him some Faust. Jack him up on some sun. That puts him at 6. We got 7 with the mirror scope. If I can get him 1 more, which I for sure can. Definitely have a cup of tea. Get egg? Get paid. It's good money. I'm very happy about that. One of you must give lantern. There we go. Second cup of Flush of Sam. So that's what we'll do. We're going to do the Wind-Prowled Gallery today with him. And hopefully we have enough moon and enough knock. That's not true. I never got that moon book open, did I? Moon book. 8, 10 moon. No, don't we have a 4 moon? 8 moon. 4 moon. I feel as if interesting. I could use papers in this desk. Oh, I never even thought about that. We have papers all over the place we haven't used at all. Dr. Sean, thank you for the gifts up to Gordy. Guys, if you haven't checked out Gordy as well, Gordy is another great streamer. You should peep over. It's always nice to support people in the community when we can. Is there not a catch with that money? No, the catch is that it only comes like once a year. That's the catch. None of my commands work, do they? There you go. Little shouts. Little shouts. Little baby shouts. And Dr. Sean, thank you so much. Much appreciate. Could be a great streamer if I only had the time and an audience and motivation. I mean, I feel you. It's a complicated world. Dr. Zachary Wakefield. Markman. Detective. Renegade. He's always been a quiet man, but since he left the Suppression Bureau, he's grown even quieter and terribly still, except for his finger and his eyes, always in restless motion. He's interested in knock. Yes, we have the knock books. Oh my god, 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 oh my god. Talk to him about the messenger's casket. Using a book of knock 4. Finally, it took us a year in game to do this. There is another time. That was the first time. We don't have a knock bedroom, do we? Grail. Grail Winter Heart. This is a bedroom, though. 6 knock. I feel like if it's a serpent-haunted bedroom, this is probably a scale bedroom. Realistically. My god. My god. Huge props to everyone who streams. Yeah, it's a tricky, weird business. I gotta tell you. It ain't easy breezy. Let's throw some wisps in here to help with letters. We have a lot of new books that we've also just picked up. Including some more baronials. What is the baronial period? 1500s to 1700s. Do I have that down? No. Okay, so solar is 1000 to 15. It goes nocturnal, solar, baronial, curia. I don't know when dawn is. Nocturnal is after the turn of the century. I think dawn is before the turn of the century. We're still making sense of the dates. Lots of culture crashes when I read about hard liquor in corner shops. I mean, it's really funny in Canada because, like, depending on what province you're in, the laws change completely differently. Like in Ontario, which is kind of like the big part of Canada, I guess, the populous part of Canada, it's still like really like Christian, and like liquor stores used to not be open on Sundays and stuff like that. Even though like it's not like Christianity plays a big part, but it's so like deep rooted into politics and the system. Ooh, 6 heart. You can't squish in there, can you? All right, we're gonna have to move these up. We got a bunch of scrolls now. Sorry, we also really need to upgrade this FET Plus into FET Plus Plus via Sky Stories? No, via Path and Pilgrim? You're attuned to FET. Oh, this is not a Hordomag. Oh, sorry, we need Nicodromy. So if we go Path and Pilgrim, FET, we can expand our FET further. I don't need to spend anything else in here, it doesn't look like. That's going to give us a plus FET. A FET plus? A plus FET? I don't know the difference. Traveling at Night, Volume 1. Wakefield came to the house seeking my help, so I let him consult this book. Ooh. A bronze Spintria. This is worth 2 tally. This is better than our iron. And he's gone. Oh, Zachary Wakefield seemed to think he had found the name of the coffin's key here at Hush House. Remain relevant for several seasons. Visitors will continue to visit in the hiatus before the next incident. So he's gone, but he gave us, I guess, a clue. And he did talk about the book. Cool. So we're going to need to talk to other people with these books as well. I guess probably not that book, though. I guess that book's time is up. Where is... the priest? Sitting there, not being used. I kind of wish when something like this finished, it gave you a little like pop-up on the right-hand side to be like, yo, you've got an uncollected item. Because sometimes it's really hard to see. Like sometimes you gotta like zoom in and it's like, oh yes, right here in tiny little letters. It tells you something has happened. Like for example, that noise. Sounded like something completed. But I have no idea what it was because I got distracted. Four. Fost you up. That's going to give him 6. That's enough for this, did we say? 8. The bedroom? No. I was just gonna get him drunk on tea, maybe? Oh, right, the mirror catch and then the tea. I hope we have enough time for this. The second cup flush a Sam will be enough to get him through. Oh, manual labor is done. We might as well help with some letters. Not that we need the money right now. I keep forgetting we are super cash positive. Let's hire someone first thing tomorrow morning. Because if I can start getting people that can open up like the other parts of the house that I'm having trouble with just having the regular villagers do, I think that would be ideal. And I guess I should probably spend a little bit of time doing that. Now, you, sir. That'll give you 8, which is enough for the gallery. I like how I was like, I'm going to go to the basement today. And I'm like, let's go up. Let's just keep going up. I can't believe they sent us a whole pound. That's insane. That's like 10 hires. Hires are 24 bucks each normally. I have Cultist Simulator. This looks cool. This is Cultist Simulator on like super crack. It's like just, I love Cultist Sim. This is like a way better version of Cultist Simulator. It's all the same good, but made even better. This is another book of 4 here. 4 edge. And what's this? All right, that's the rector who we can use to crack open the gallery. This should unlock this room, and this room too, which is big. We're not looking at anything else, so let's do a book. Do a book. Do a book. Very cool. Thank you for the follow, dude. Welcome to the agency. Yeah, we just started. We're on our second day. The whole concept of this is like same sort of thing as Cultist Sim. You wake up with a book. You have your sort of like passion, reason, health cards, but they're named different things now. And then there's a bunch of different elements. There's like you explore your house, you collect books in the same sort of way and try to figure out like their mysteries and whatnot. And then there's all sorts of like mini games hidden in the house, like trying to figure out who all the different barons and librarians are, and then like putting their busts in the right place. Then there's this whole other, this is kind of like the equivalent to the Mantis from last time, where you go through like the gates, but now you go through the 9 schools of thought and parts of the human soul. And that's kind of like how you unlock more cards. This is a Moon 4 book. Man, we're getting some really good low-level books to start unlocking, which is really nice. I hate the money here. Why do the English have to do this to us? Don't they know to count? Know how to count? What do you mean? There's a pence, then there's a tuppence, a threepence, a sixpence, which is worth 6. Then, of course, half a crown is 30. That's what we know 30 to be equal. And then 240, of course, equals 1. Makes perfect sense. Everything clear as mud. Oh, we have tin now as well. Now, one thing I did notice is that this said if I gave him Spinatra, he'd perform the rite of deconstruction, I think they called it. And we have unlocked the Windlit Gallery. In the days of the Brethren, every day this gallery would ring with the liturgy of the hours. In the times of Dewulf and of the Curia, there were services here every Sunday. Those times are long gone. This is the House of Echoes now. From the 11th to the 16th, the sisters of St. Brandon dwelt on the Isle. 1534, the Bronze King Henry dissolved the foundation, exiled the Brethren, and gave the Isle to the family Dewulf. I gotta write that down. Bronze King Henry gives Isle to Dewulfs. This will help with the greater mysteries we face. We got books, books, books. We've got a windlit workbench. This is just a nice little bench. A stool. The HMS Kirishim. 4th freight ship of the line, captained by Sebastian Dewulf in the Battle of Quiberon Bay. Bookshelves, bookshelves. A U-blank. A curious seashell. Sol Invictus. Lots of candles. Nothing to click there. Eva's locks. Aha! Gideon Dewulf. I'd like to learn more about you. There's also a harp here, in case we want to do harp stuff. A driftwood fragment. All right, not too much. And we did unlock the Echoing Chamber, which looks like a nice little private study. The Shrouded Stair. And the Ill-Omened Tower, which requires 9s to open. All of this is starting to require 9s. It's getting very difficult to get further into the house. What about a shilling? A shilling is what, 12? Yeah, 12 pence, or if you prefer, 1/20th of a pound. Doesn't that make perfect sense? If I had to count the money I was not returned when I overpaid, I'd be poor always in this game. The nice thing is you can push this little button down here, and it just like shloop, combines all of your money together into whatever the highest form is. And I am very grateful for the auto-organize button. Oh yeah, we picked up a ton of books here. That was it. That was it. That was it. Ooh, what do we have here? Oscillate oil. And spanners. This is a tool. And a crate of supplies. Something interesting must be sealed inside. Use consider on this. Well, I don't mind if I do. She's blowing a gale out there today. 3 heart. Now. We've yet to hire Mr. Kill. We know he's winter, but I don't know what else he is. She is 2 Grail and something else. None of them are hurt, are they? No, Denzel's Forge and Edge. There's lots of hurt-related things I would love to crack. And I feel like I could do like health and Gale. And something else. Ooh, my Fet. So we now have a ++ Fet, which is 4 rows. Yo, that's huge. That's huge. I only need 6 rows for the web sneered room. We can definitely get that. All right, let's start by hiring the priest. You got to. You got to. Fox, hello. How are you? Welcome in. I'm also going to talk to
The
Mr. Keel.
pre-decimalization period of the pound currency systems only rivals imperial conversions for the whose mathematicians were drunker when rolling dice.
So complicated. Also the same, I got a ++ on it as well. Yo, you also did Fet? Yeah. It's interesting because it's like it all depends on the different combinations of like what mysteries you unlock and where you decide to plug in different things into the old view of the Tree of the Wisdoms. So, hello, Potato of the Hogwarts. How are you? How are you, Fox? What were you playing? How are you enjoying Cultist School of Witchcraft and Wizardry? I love it. I'm having the best time of my life. It's amazing. Let me give you a shout out. Hit you with that. Oh, you were playing Jump Light. How is it? How is it? We played that during the Steam Next Fest, and I was like very excited by it. I know that just came out on Monday. I was going to do it this upcoming Monday, but I think I'm going to have to do it the Monday after. It looks really cute. It's buggy. Oh, that's a bit of a bummer. That's not great. I want to see who's in town to hire as well. This is way too many people to hire in one day, but I'm just curious. Great concept, but needs a real big patch. Okay, well, maybe I'll wait it out a little bit. All right. The Coffin Maker's Assistant is 2 winter, 1 sky. 2 winter, 1 sky. Does anybody have heart? Sky, though. So I could give him Gale and get 4 sky really easy. So much of this game is just trying to figure out what rooms have what. The web sneered room. Give him a Faust, Gale, and the Sky Globe. And he can crack that open. Well, we have a plan. For to have just hit EA, it maybe needed a bit more time in the oven. Lots of things that will brick saves, break pathing, a few obbits that seem like they're missing, which is key for a management game. Okay, all right. That's good to know. It looks so promising that I really, really want to give it a good run, so... It's very high up there in my, like, anticipated games this year. So if it needs a bit more bacon time, I could do that. This is the best sky thing I have, right? Faust? Yeah. The other thing is I have something that can upgrade Faust. My Inks of Revelation. We just unlocked that. That would take a lot of time. 6? Just take a little quick look around here. 5 hurt. 5 hurt. 3 heart. What if I gave you something like a cup of tea? And my health. And I had you open up the first floor of the tower instead. And then I went to the place to here. No. I went to here. No. I went to here. Yes. And I went Fost. Inks of Revelation. Oh, I can't use the Inks of Revelation. But I can use glass blowing. And I can brighten my Fost. Yes. I love how this game makes you sound absolutely insane when you play it. You just sound like a total crazy person. Let's lend our limbs to this dweeb. Sky Globe for the win. What game were we talking about? It's Jump Blade Odyssey, yeah. We looked at it briefly in the demo fest. It's kind of like She-Ra meets RimWorld. A bolt of pale silk. Fabric and fiber. I think I'll just put that here for now. I would like to consider Gideon Dewulf. I also want to look at that Mansus painting. But Gideon for sure is a bust that goes in the stairwell, and we can figure out where he goes.
What if you're the sane one, and everyone is insane?
Maybe. I mean, that's how it starts feeling when you play this game. What else did I said? I was going to give him a cup of tea or something? Cocoa? In love with the cocoa. We could give him that, actually. That's a little cheaper. And we'll send him to the first floor of the tower. Yeah, absolutely. Or the ruinous hall. What I like about this room is it's got all these little bells. It's also got a bunch of instruments. Not that that's a really big deal for us. Nah, I gotta know what's up the tower. What have I learned? Gideon the Physician, 5th of his line, nicknamed the Motley Baron, who disliked him in the Cutter by all those feared him. So he's the 5th Baron? Which Gideon is he? Gideon Dewulf, 5th Baron. Dewulf, 5th Baron. So we can then take him and we can find 3rd, 4th Librarian, 7th Baroness, 6th Baron, 7th Librarian, Librarian, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th Baron of Brankrug. The 5th Baron of Brankrug goes here. Who was feared more than he merited. Oh, cool. Okay, so I didn't realize this. You can actually look at the plaques. Who commanded the raising of this stair? Baron Walter's great project is the 3rd Baron. Baron Walter is the 3rd Baron. Am I reading that right? Walter. You should see my notes. They are a mess. Completed the copying of all titles in the list. I only need to copy all the information from Steam and it can be released. I'm gonna have to update the list soon. I think we got a few more things in here. The 1st Baron is Henrik. Can I see his pedestal? Oddly enough, no. Some of them seem like difficult to click. The 7th Baroness. The first librarian of the Curia of the Isle. Oh, there's so many steps. I mean, Walter Dewulf's got to be... Oh, I just said he's the 3rd Baron. We just discovered that. So he goes in the slot of the 3rd Baron. So she also, Serena Blackwood here has to be somebody. We're going to use you to explore the house. And then we're going to... I can give you 4 rows. With that Fett card. I feel like between that, there's got to be some sort of something we can give him to give him enough to open up a room. Unfortunately, this doesn't allow me to consider anything else, so I can't look at any more of our statues. Hey. Make sure I mark the new ones in a color. I can do that. I'll talk to you before I do that if you're making this. I will not make your life more difficult if you are doing me this solid. That I promise you. That is the least I can manage. Ooh, a fugitive. Interesting. This guy says that he's scales, edge, and heart. But he's also the color of winter. He's probably a lot of edge. He's probably edging pretty hard. Let's not hire him. Just because we have our hands full already, I feel. Right, we're unlocking that room. Six rows. Oh, I feel like there's probably something we can do for 6 rows. Let's take a little look around the old drink shop. It's mostly Grail. Those ones are like too good to use. Rows. Here we go. Roscragan Whiskey is 2 rows. That'll get him 6, and that will be another bedroom. No, that will be the web-snared room. Well, I'll still take it. It'll have to do. The 5th physician. Yeah, I mean, I gotta, like, the ones that I haven't figured out are like that I don't have notes for. I'm just gonna have to go back and note. This bust is carved from wood. Okay, so he's not the Bronze Baron for sure. Here we go. That's the sound of progress. The Motley Tower. Illipoli's Nook. Christopher Illipoli, poet, painter, archivist, ruiner of seances. Stayed on for a while at Hush House after the Great War. The Librarian, Serena Blackwood. So we know she is a librarian. But we don't know which one. I feel like the first one, probably. After the Great War, actually, so she's probably one of the last ones. Which Great War are they talking about, though, really? The game takes place in 1920. Arranged rooms for Illipoli in the Motley Tower, ostensibly so he could help with the collection, but perhaps also because he saw a potential ally against the governor of the Kirkabit. Relationships between the Kirkabit and the house were badly estranged. Baronial pair. Okay, so, like, this is... I'm all over the place here. Well, we have lots of stuff. We have a Fraser Strathcoin. Bust is shaped from beeswax. A red lotus vase. An urn of ashes remains. Some inks. A twilight pot. Holiest hemolith. A liquid. Pretty good stuff. We got a bunch more books. And the barber's chair, which allows us to evolve our preservation. Okay, what's above it? Motley Tower, second floor. A nasty theoplastic miasma hangs around the room above. It's no longer strong, but it takes years to dissipate to the point of safety. 6 heart, 6 moth. Looks like some really good alchemical stuff in here as well. Abstract Picasso art. Oh, big time. Copy of a painting made 20 years ago by Kirchner. A decent copy of a Picasso painted 20 years before Picasso painted the original. Interesting. You're up to 6 rows. Crack me a room, baby. Crack me up, buttercup. I love how there's all these books and I'm just like, we'll get to the books. We got rooms to break open. And I feel like we're achieving it pretty effectively right now. But what's funny is if I studied more books, I'd have more cards. The map room. At the turn of the century, Sir David Green, 8th librarian. 8th librarian. David Green. We knew Green, but we didn't know 8th. We didn't know David. Former Nocturnal Branch Superintendent had this room refurnished to plan his explorations and to manage the operation of his many agents. A lunar globe, rose and moon tool. That's super useful. 3 more books. Catwink. A hollowed Anthropodem. Yes, it's human skin, but it's not just human skin. A vagabond's desk. And the vagabond's desk. Okay. And the dim hall, which looks like an armory of some sort. 8 grail, 8 edge. Dope. Great War was what they called First World War. Yeah, yeah. No one expected that there could be another. Yeah, typically. 20 years before an original means it's an original for the paintings? Yes. I mean, that's why they're like, he's up to his old tricks again. Unless it's just forged, you know. Got night coming up. Everybody's done some good work. We really cracked the house today. Like, we just started zooming through stuff. It does make me...
Chair is doing a tendon job.
Chair always does a good job. The Crossing to Noon. This is an 8 book worth 2 tally. Now, I have money now. Not a lot, but we have some. It's a cloudy day, which sucks. My FET is Rose 4. Do I not have any low-level Rose books? You're Rose 10. I don't even know what you're doing in here. You know what? All of these ought to move. I think maybe we have to take a brief moment here to do some organization. What are you? Scale. Scale is a weird new one for me. These are our forge books. That's another scale book. Oh, there's so many books we have left to open. This bust is cast in brass. Bronze King was the one we learned about. Ambrose Westcott. We don't know who he is yet. No. But there's no reason we can't immediately figure out And we've upgraded our Fost to Fost Plus, which is 3 and 2. We also have decent moth now. You know what? I feel like we can definitely. We got to be able to get some of these books open. Winter. Knife. This one is trapped, so I don't want to do that one. Moon. All the low-level books are books that I'm like, I don't know. Beats me. Once you get access to the 2 central rooms, books organization becomes a lot easier. These 2? Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of room in these. This is kind of where I'm thinking about moving all of the books to right now. At least certainly all the unread books. You know what? Let's just do that. I'm going to leave all the blue books down here because they're a little easier to read, typically. Wasn't there another room? Yeah. Music in the game is also really good. I rather enjoy it. Damn, we have a lot of cataloging to do. Holy moly, I didn't realize how far behind we were. We've been keeping up on it too, which is the crazy part. The more I combine, the more I run out of souls. I mean, the thing is, right? Like, it's committed. These are all committed? No, Auroral Contemplation. We didn't commit because we wanted to upgrade because it's Nicodromy. But unless I start opening books... But all of my books are, like, too difficult to open, I feel. Excuse me, this book doesn't fit in here. Goddamn. Those are both lantern books. 8, written in Sanskrit. I read Sanskrit. 3, 4, 7. Where do I do light work? That desk? What about this desk? This desk? Papers. So if I do a Fost with the Inks of Revelation, if I had a good memory, this would be easy. I need a memory. I only need a 1 Fost memory though. So let's hire you because you often give me memories of things. What is going on here with my books? Uh-oh. Put you there for now. Which study does your journal tooltip tell you to research? Nicodromy. And we have a lantern mystery here that says like we require a certain type of ink, and I think what it required was the Inks of Revelation at level 1, and we upgraded it instead of using it. And I think I've accidentally like soft locked myself. Ambrose Westcott, first librarian. Metallurgist, alchemy, Pyrographer. Amazing. This is literally the memory I was looking for to do what I needed to just do. So we can open that book. We can also find the slot for the first librarian. Ambrose Westcott. Where did that statue live? Where did that statue live? God damn. This house is too big. I know what he looked like. Where the hell did he go? Here. There he is. First librarian, Ambrose Westcott. Excellent. Now, this book at this desk with this memory, these inks, that memory, and a solar catcher. Revelations. This is nice, dude, because this is a book in a different language, which I feel like typically in the old game used to give you much better rewards. The same choices you did at the start. I just wanted to like explore my dreams. Playing Cultist Simulator, I knew like how important dreams were, so I was like, I want to go heavy on the dreams. Part of me wishes I went heavy on the health, so I could just do things like manual labor all the time, but... where's our priest? Here he is. Moon and Moth. I tell you what, let's take a tuppence into town. I'm going to talk to him to get some memories. See if maybe we can get somebody good. And then, what I'd really like to do is start investigating more of these busts that are clearly belonging to something. Figure out some mysteries and read some books. Soon we'll start hitting like a tipping point. It's kind of nice because like as we open up more rooms and we get more desks and more like vials and stuff, I can use those to help translate. So we will be able to get different stuff in different manners. I didn't mean to pick that up. I don't know where that lived. Can master this mystery. Fraser Strathcoyne, the collector, formerly treasurer of Curia, briefly in the absence of other candidates, and to his annoyance, fourth librarian. Fraser Strathcoyne. Fourth librarian. I guess I don't really need these notes anymore, but I like having them. 9th, 8th, 7th. I've got most of these people figured out at this point. Another site memory. I mean, I guess we might as well just look at everything. You've given me a memory of revelation. Part of me wonders if I shouldn't try doing something like going to the solar altar. Craft Egengrau. I have no idea what this is, but let's hit it. It's a good use of my memories. Let us go to Eva Dewulf, and we'll use our health here to investigate her. Do we have anything that's roses? We have moth. Maybe I should just give this guy my FET plus. And then see what else we can throw into his body. I want this game. I mean, buy it today or tomorrow and you get all the DLC for free for the rest of its life. Just saying. You'd save some money in the long term. It's really good. Also, Mandrill, how are you, dude? It's been a while. Yeah, they're doing the like permanent collector's edition thing that they've done before. The consulting engineer, forge, sky, and lantern. Consulting engineer, forge, sky, lantern. Forge. I mean, there's lots of things we have to forge open. You know what? He says that like it's true. Is there a single thing we have to forge open? This room, the shrouded stair. And the ill-omened tower. 9. 9 and 6. She's probably going to be 4. I know we have some good forge juice. And we do have spanners, which gives free forge. I think like this. Rosgregan whiskey gives 1 forge. So many goddamn bottles of everything. Knock hurt. 4 knock. I don't want to buy her unless I know I can use her, because she is expensive. Make no mistake. Oh yeah, Kitty Mazarine. Just try to figure her out too. Arcane Lamp of Light. Cultist Stimulator on steroids. Big time, big time. That's the plan. Yeah, the Perpetual Edition, I think tomorrow is the last day for it. Probably tomorrow at noon Eastern Standard Time. I think you might need to look it up though. I don't want to trick you. Bread +1. Your day. I love the idea that I can hire people and give them explosive artifacts. Oh, this salt sign also does rose. And this is a rose shrine. We could definitely make some cool stuff here. I bet with our Fet Plus or our Fost Plus, we could probably get a scholar level challenge. All right, hold on. Well, I can't hire anybody right now for a minute while we wait for all these challenges. Just give them an artifact to remember. Oh yeah, and I'm also boosting you. Yeah, so this is 4 rows. Well, this doesn't tell me a lot. Baroness Eva is last of the Dewulfs. I would... that would lead me to believe... she is the last... she's the 7th Baroness. She's got to be. Because also nobody else is a Baroness. She's the only Baroness, and that's the last Baroness, and then it becomes the Librarians. 2nd Librarian, 1st Librarian, 3rd Librarian, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th. It's gotta be. It's got to be. Got to be. I have a ton of the house unlocked, and you're definitely inspiring me to really get organizing again. I mean, this is a big thing. I actually thought about, like, off stream, just like moving all the books around, because I was like, I could spend an hour doing this. Okay, sorry. We have the Rector at Moth was what I was going to go with. 3 moth. I need to get him 3 moth? Eesh. I feel like we don't have anything that's moth specific. Yes, we do. Skin shuck mead.
It'd be like streaming unpacking except with cult vibes.
Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. 6 would give him 9 moth. Can we do... Are any of these moth challenges? These 9 ones? Oh. 9 lantern. Hatapagata. Oh, bakatata. I don't even remember what I was looking at that gave me that moth. The skin shuck, right? It feels like a bit of a waste. 9 for a 6. You have a natural 2. You're a memory. That'd be 4. Which would make that 10. Which again, I don't need. I only need 6. But if I could do that with a moth 2 instead of a moth 3. I don't have a moth tool. No, I have a forge tool, a scale tool, a sky, and a lantern tool. I have candles, though. Some candles give moth. This game is nonsense sometimes in the best possible way, but oh my goodness. I can't wait to figure out how to garden. I feel like we're really missing out there. That bread won't give him anything. I can't give you one of those, can I? No. Because they're marks, right? But I can give you candles. I'm not wrong on that. I give you 1. Sorry, this is such a jerk around. I have 2 bottles of this. Can I serve a skin shuck mead? I don't think I can. No, I just have to give it to him. All right, let's do it. I'm done. Crack it. Crack that bad boy. Take a drop of that juice. Get juiced up. What just completed? I don't know. There's too many mysteries abound in this house. Here we go. Lantern revelations. The Tantra prescribes the process of occult illumination, including a formula which may sow the way from the Hunter's Gate to the Serpent's Gate, which in the West is usually called the Spider's Door. The sun passes through the house at the appointed time. Since the sun's division, the time has become uncertain. I gained 2 lessons in purification and exaltation. Lantern and sky. I'm going to consider one of these, and I'm going to use the other one to upgrade something. Lantern and sky. What was I hoping to upgrade? card I was hoping to upgrade is missing. Because I'm using it somewhere. Here in the solar. Cool. We can make moon and winter as like a liquid. That's extremely valuable. It's huge though. It takes up a lot of space. And it's only 1 point. Can't be bothered to clean my home office, but organizing everything on Book of Hours is tons of fun. I mean, yeah. I find it really funny. I play a lot of like Project Zomboid in my off time with friends, and I'm always like, oh, time to tidy the house and like make myself a delicious meal. And meantime, I'm like, I'm wasting away. I'll just be sitting there like dying in real life. It's weird how that works. You won't fit there, will you? All right. I need a new room for red books. Here, maybe. Just slowly shift them all over. Boop, 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 boop. I mean, I guess they're at least organized. You're a night book? Oh, that's annoying. Because they're the same name. They're both purple. Ah. Like, do I leave them in order or do I leave them based on mastery? All right, the Rector's up to Moth 9. So we're going to have him do the Motley Tower. And if we have a Memory of Revelation, part of me is like, do we just throw that in here? So yes, I can use this lesson to upgrade Oral Contemplation, and we can get a second level Necodromy card. It's the plan. It's the insane plan that apparently I'm going down right now. Effective against corruption. This skill can be used to remove corruption from books. It's also Ilhastri. Ooh. Now I'm like, do I upgrade that? The problem is I already have tier 2 Ilhastri. So I would need tier 3. Alternatively, it could go into Illumination and get us a metal card. Will, self-discipline, and the part of us which makes the right choice. Which clearly is going to give us Forge based on his color. I would guess. The other part of me is like, what if I upgrade this so I can use it to uncorrupt books? Illumination and Ilhastri. Illumination and Nicodromy. I could put that there. That gives me Faust if I put you in. Oh. Oh, I just assumed that each thing was linked to the same. Oh, damn. I was going to say, because I could actually upgrade this instead of Oral Contemplations, which actually could make sense, and I could get 2 points in the Illumination tree. I could then use this to combine 2 Fost cards together, and then I'd have 2 plus Fosts, which I could combine together potentially. If I haven't already used them. I haven't. I could then use the Inks of Revelation to combine 2 Fost cards together in the Forge. All right, well, let's friggin' do that. That's a really good plan. Ooh, it's a knife card too now. Was it always? So I need to contemplate this guy? Wait. I just need to contemplate you? Is it? Say a Memory of Revelation and a Fost card. Improve this skill to level 2. This will increase its aspects, which will help with crafting. Yes. Yes. I continue to become crazier and crazier as time goes on. Slowly we piece together the puzzle of the Hush House. Ooh, and we're going to get to figure out what the top room of this tower is, which I bet is going to be good and probably a bedroom. So this is now 2 lantern, 3 sky. So we have a 3 lantern, we have a 3 sky, and we have a 3 key, 3 knock. That's pretty good. And we could put you here. It will get us metal. But I think that's okay. We don't have a metal. I'm gonna do it. Which is a double forge. And knife. Edge. Yes. That's going to be really helpful for getting more books unlocked. Ooh, actually, there's so many books we're going to be able to unlock with that. I feel. It's a moth closet at the top of the tower. God, I hope not. Bong. It's a bedroom. The theoplastic miasma that hung around the room is a little stronger here and a little different, with a rotten, musky scent that suggests a decaying reptile house. This is a moth room for sure. Perhaps something layered here after the inhabitants departed. I would guess this is a moth room. Heart and sky. 6 sky. Easy. Easy peasy. In the meantime, we've unlocked the dispensary. Originally have served as a working dispensary, but some of its least eccentric fittings were added by Christopher Illipoy in his time here. He had severed ties with his adoptive father and been using the Illipoy name for years and had no access to the Strathcoin fortune. But traveling at night, oh, we have those 2 books, has sold surprisingly well, much better than his poetry, and he had a little money of his own by then. Oh my God, look how much stuff is in here. A brazen clock. Lethe, which is Moth 4. A Nectar Forge tool. A Mortar and Pestle. Ichor Auroral, which is a pigment. Thyrsus Cordials. A Chalice. Desiccated Witchworms. Scrapadon Fangs. Lethe Leaves. Lethe. The Dark Aftermath of the drink. Iotic Essence. Anytime there's a pigment, I feel like it's very valuable. We also have some Sky Alembic. The dispensary is matter and substance. Oh, we can use remains to craft. My God, we also got Westcott's compounds. A Snoodle jar, which is lantern moth tool. Tanglebrag, Bitter Black, January Sanguinary. There's so much stuff in here. Jesus, mother of mercy. We have eggs for Winter and Rose. Moth Tool, Shears of the Sisterhood. A Viper Egg. Sustenance Egg, Brewable. Ready to be steeped, warmed, or transformed. Use this at a fireplace or kitchen range. I'm listening. A few things can respond more constructively to warmth if you add a soul card. Hatch the egg. The fire's warmth can stir this egg to life, but it'll take a full day. Yeah, absolutely. What good timing. 6 minutes. That ain't coming cheap. Well, it's basically dusk. We have no anything. I don't know what cracks this open. I guess we'll find out. Tuned to metal, effective against corruption. I want to upgrade these Faust cards tomorrow. That's going to be the big priority for me. He says, and then good weather comes and changes everything. Ooh, nectar. And Grail. We can hire the Grail lady for a bit of E-Reb. The problem is that then I don't have any E-Reb to boost her with, but it's maybe not the worst. She's 2 Grail, if I remember. 2 Grail and a shilling. So that would get her to 4 Grail. I feel like we have a lot of Grail boosting things around that we have not used. I do want this bedroom quite badly. 7 Grail, 8 Grail. Meow, 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 meow. 4 Grail, the Ruby Wise Ruin. Yeah, let's do that. We can do the 8 Grail with her. So we'll hire that. I am going to use all of my Faust today in an upgrade. If I can remember where I do this. I need to save that one. So this one is Illumination. You're Ilhastri. You're not anything. You're Hushery. You're nothing. Birdsong. Preservation. Illumination. So I could use you and 2 Fausts. What do you mean that can't go there? No, I can't use this one. Egan Grow. Oh, I like this. So this is kind of cool. So I don't even need to consume anything. I can create Egan Grow for free, which is that winter recipe. Damn, though. So we need an illuminate. Oh. I need an illumination-based crafting station, upgrade station. That I don't think I have yet. You've returned with snacks and dinner. Oh my god. What kind of snacks? What kind of dinner? Snacks and dinner at the same time? I mean, no judgment. I approve. But I want to know more. Yeah, so I could do it here with the Inks of Revelation, but I need this to do the double FOSS upgrade. Which I can't use here. You guys have already become committed to certain things. Your day lenses. Torg's cleansing. Surely I must have something. Oh, right. Okay, this one won't work because it's illumination and I need Ilhastry, but this Ilhastry doesn't fit in this place. Oh, man. Well, should we make a Torg's cleansing then? I mean, why not? If I could put 3 more lanterns in here, we could do even better. Yeah, that's probably easier said than done, though. Let's just make one. Let's just do a double FOSS and make that and see what happens. Some veggie sweets and oats for dinner, a bit of fish. Oh, it's not bad. That's not bad at all. Darn. All right, so we got you. And we're going to give you this little chat about the weather. I don't think I'm going to bring the father in today. We don't have any books we can handle, do we? Rose Moth, maybe? 8 Moth. You don't do moth. You don't do moth. You don't do moth. None of my desks do moth. None of my desks do moth. And we were going to give you a sip of Ruby Wise Ruin, which actually I can serve. Oh, no, I can't. But I can just give it to you. And that'll give you 8 chalice. Which will let us explore the dim hall. Yeah, it's the best use of it. I could also go with the Rose Haunted Hall, but I feel like the dim hall is much bigger, so let's go with that. Coalfish? I've never heard of coalfish. It's a mystery fish for me. A fishstery. No, that's nothing. That's not a thing. Ooh, I could spend my FOSS. We probably could also help with letters. I guess we don't really need the money right now. Sell Spinatra. This is worth £1. Damn, that is valuable. Oh my god, this is a 4 moon book. We can absolutely read a 4 moon book, can't we? A 4 moon book? I feel like we must have a way to read a 4 moon book. With a bit of Trist. And some I have no moon skills. How is that even possible? Oh, this globe is moon. I guess we just need weather. Man, I wish we could get more weather. That's what I really need more than anything, is the weather. We can add this to the collection over here, at least, of easy-to-read books. Please? Please? Why can't you go in here? Thank you. And we have unlocked the Dueling Hall. In baronial times, this was a ballroom, but the 19th century, during Brullo's time as librarian. Okay, Brullo's time. Brullo was 19th century librarian. He's probably the 6th. No, he's the 10th or 10th or higher. A dryad of eternally dueling Edgelong agreed to stay at Hush House for a year and a day to allow Natalia to study them, if she satisfied certain conditions. A properly equipped space was one of those. Ultimately, the business turned out to be a trap or trick played by one or both of the dyad, and they left only after a single battle. Their names are recorded as Mistress Dearday and Father Torg. Interesting. Interesting. A pollock fish? I still don't know this fish. Lantern-based illumination upgrades. If this isn't exactly what I needed. We also have a bunch of like weapons on the walls. Foils. Swords. Bows. A horned double axe that stands alone in a desert. Natalia Brullo, a cast iron bust. Sebastian's swords. Natalia was the partner of the other guy. But surely this bust, she must be like the next librarian. Oh, no, Natalia is, I see. Natalia Brullo. So we know that she is one of the final librarians. We have unlocked underneath nothing, but we have unlocked the Rattling Bridge. Ink is paper's blood. Each time the wind makes its rounds, the whole bridge shakes. On its threshold, there's a serpentine knot marked in brown blood. The mark is fading, but it still trembles with the power of a spirit that waits in it. A great servant of the old house, perhaps the last of the fine takers themselves. We must pacify it with a suitable offering. This ink would suffice. Do we have any cheaper ink we can use? This hound's gall would suffice, but is also very expensive. Anything up here? Oh, yes, quite a few. Cat wink, that's pretty cheap. And perturbate. Man, I feel like moon has been really hard to come across for us. While lantern and heart, not so much. Let us unlock the Rattling Bridge with some special inks. Do you know how to make ink? I haven't found out and I'm stuck on that bridge. Yeah, if you... What did we learn how to make? We learned how to make Eggengrau, which is a liquid. But typically you just need to go to places like the Alchemist's Glassware or any crafting station and just try mixing stuff together. Being like, well, if I put a Faust in here with this, here you go, Refulgrin. This is a pigment or an ink. So you just need to get your powers up to a certain level, apprentice level, scholar, or keeper. I'm assuming you will make better things depending on what you put in here. Do we have any Refulger in here? I just know that name from Cultist Simulator. Let's make that. Here, I'll make that for you right now, and we'll tell you what it is. I'm pretty sure that counts as an ink. All right. Well, I'm excited to open the bridge. I'm really struggling to get down to the basement, though. I guess this is probably going to give me a path down. 8 knock, written in Ramsud, which is a language I don't speak, even though 8 knock is probably something I could open. We have an 8, a 10, and a 12 knock. Well, let's keep cataloging. We might as well. The only language I learned in this game, I don't have any books written in it. You start with a few languages, like Latin, I think Sanskrit, something else. And then it's when the people come for things like the affairs, the incidents, these people can teach you stuff. But I think you have to have a room available for them to stay in, for them to teach you. I don't understand how to get people to stay in the house yet. That's something we haven't managed to do. 10 forge. Jesus. A lot of forging books. Here we go. Lot of books. A lot of books. Vestibum Transitius was the Rye name the Curia gave this structure. Before that, it was Valentine's Bridge. The shelter crossing beyond which Baron Valentine's solitude was assured. Baron Valentine. He was a baronial. Baron Valentine. Baronial. Baron. The 5th, the 3rd. I think we have the 1st. We said Eva was probably the last. Who was this guy? Henrik Dewulf. First Baron. And I said that she was the 7th librarian? 7th Baron? The 7th Baroness? Was my guess. And the baronial period is 1500 to 1700. So he's probably the 6th. He who knew cages? I mean, we don't have a thing of him. A chitty worth an additional year of life scrupulously obtained through carefully balanced thaumaturgic attention to cindered tally of the Magrid. That's a mouthful. They teach you the language if you give them Spinatras. Okay, yeah. Oh, right. It's just we only just started unlocking these. That's right. So RNG does not always look kindly. True. The Squawkful Logia. Birds crowd every corner of this place, glaring at me with malevolent yellow eyes. 9 rows, 9 sky. Well, we can probably do that. Guano cakes the floor and feathers drift the floor. And then a shrouded space. 10 moon, 10 winter. If the wards of this place were real, they would be heavy curtains of black velvet that stung the grazing hand. Yeah, that's gonna be tricky. I'm sorry, do I not have this room unlocked? Oh? I guess I probably need to do the tower. Or something. Ha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha. Okay. I have a heart left. I want to use that on a book. Oh, I can't use health on books. All right. We'll use our super fat. If that's the case, let's do some labor. I think that's it for the day. Ooh, a 4-heart mystery. That feels like it might be doable. Take my money, my shillings, and turn them into florins. Where are all my Faust? In use? Yes. Crafting refulgurants. So it's not an ink. It's a pigment. So I have betrayed your trust and made the wrong thing. I know I have more Faust than this. Where the hell did we put them? Sunny day. Like, I have 2 Faust, don't I? 2 Faust plus? I was upgrading. I was trying to upgrade the Faust. I feel like I'm losing it. I'm losing it. Was there a book we were reading? Did that refulgent devour a Faust to make? Surely not. No, it didn't. Egan Grow. What else can we make? You can hit backspace to cycle between completed stations. Dude, thank you. That is a key I've been big time looking for. We have a wild viper. Oh, what happened? There we go. A wild viper. Don't make any sudden moves. He's comfortable. He's a beast. He's got 2 knock and 2 scale. Oh, he's a cutie, isn't he? Can we talk to him? Food will make a hungry beast or a wild one more cooperative. Food. I feel like bread is the only food we have. It definitely is. Aha, there we go. Torg's cleansing. That's where all my Faust is. What did it do? It didn't do anything. It didn't do anything. Give me a fleeting reminiscence. Well, just out of curiosity, I can't just... No. So we can get another Faust Plus here with this. And that's good, because this is a tier 1 card. Give you a memory that only lasts for the day, so it's gone. Oh, I understand. Oh, I wish I had seen what the memory was. I like how the Wild Viper is a comfort card, like he's a piece of furniture. Hi, Mona. Do you want to say hi to everybody? Why not? You're stuck? You keep jumping up on me. You gotta come say hi to everybody. If you're gonna be the cat. What am I gonna do? Can't get anything done with this cat around. Let's see who's ready for hire. List of tips that you read by clicking the news button at the start of the game. Ah. Good. I've mapped Q to go to complete a workspace action exactly for this kind of thing. I mean, you don't want Q to be very slow. Zoom in. Yo. I'm gonna actually 100%
She's not obeying her contract to be channel mascot.
I know. It's very disappointing. Go to next complete recipe. Q. Stack cards. Tab. Send to nearest workstation. Send to nearest verb. Shift and control. Click. Okay. That's super useful. The hell are we doing? It's sunny. We got some good juice. Can I hire you with anything other than Faust? I can hire you with Whist. I'd like to spend my Faust upgrading him. And then I think I'm going to give him something really big to open up a high level area. Yeah, right. Let's attune you to Faust Plus. Get you up to 5. 9, 9. 4 should not be difficult to do. I mean, there's 5 right here. Refulgin is 2. His Toxin is 2. I don't know that he can use Refulgin, to be honest. I guess we'll find that out. Changed everything. So many books to translate. Oh my god, dude. We've such an uncatalyzed... We've been, like, keeping up on it pretty good, and it is still absurd. That's 7. Yeah, for sure. I'm going to crack one of these. These are 10. 9 Rose and Sky might be doable. Ooh, seek unusual help. An unusual none is Lock, Moon, and Grail. Usual none. Knock, Moon, Grail. Let's hire her. Maybe. Actually. I gotta deal with this guy first. Knock, Moon, and Grail. 7. All right, Johnny. I can get you up 1 with the Moon nonsense. Can I give you Refulgin? I can't. I have a lot of really high level knock stuff here. Interesting. So this I can't actually... It's not a beverage. It's not like Egengrau, which is a beverage.
Librarian of massive uncatalogued library occult house is surprised when there's a lot of things to catalog you.
Listen, you. Why? No, we have more books up here. What is this? This is a tool as well. This is a Grail tool. I feel like I gotta put all my tools in one place. Oh man, you could drink a lot of this garbage. The Snootle Jar would give him +1 as a tool. Which I feel like we might as well use, because it's just a better version of the mirror scope. We really don't need the mirror scope now that we have the Snootle Jar. Which is a very funny sentence to say. Sometimes you say things in this game and you just sound like nonsense. How's the snake doing at the fireplace? He hatched. We're just hanging on to him right now. Can I give him over? He'd give Knock. I have no idea how the beasts work. I mean, we haven't fed him, so he's not really cooperating yet, but... Can I put him in here? No. 8. I'd rather 9. And I could have him drink a cup of second flush of Sam. That'll give him 1. Ooh, I suppose. Man, we are just pumping this Reverend up right now. Dude's gonna be lit. What did I use to hatch the egg in the fireplace? I used metal. This is a 6 Sanskrit scroll. Heart scroll. I feel like that's doable. Yeah, so metal. So we have a forge aspect. And that seemed to be enough. Put that over here. Thank you. Do I want to use any of these other things right now? I like... There's a big part of me that's like, okay, use this metal. It's a forge aspect. Use it up here with like... You have no forge skills, do you? No, you don't. Ill-omened or echoing chamber? Echoing chamber just looks like another room. This is going to unlock 2 rooms, so I'm going to have him go here. It's midday. Do I want the unusual nun? I guess why the heck not, right? She costs a florin. But we haven't even broke our £1 note yet. Hyad. 4 Grail, 4 Knock, 4 Moon. So it looks like hired minions are always 4 in their aspect. Moon. And I'm curious. Tool, sustenance, omen. Memory, beverage, elements. Okay, so I can't actually get them. A nun may have a particular interest in omens. We got some like really good knock drugs. So I'm starting to think like maybe 6. I mean, that's very easy to get to. 6, samesies. Up here? Earth and sky. Alright, well, I probably have some low-level knock drugs I could give her. One of these days I'm going to remember what everything does. Serpent milk? No, that's way too valuable. Half a pitcher of mist-kissed water. That'll give 2 knock. We can serve it here. I assume if we serve half a pitcher, it must be all of it, right? Yeah, you just make a glass worth. Okay. So that's... Why waste the time? 6 moon as well. Feed the nun drugs. Always. You gotta pump them up. They don't know what's going on. Knife. Wait a minute. Edge. Don't we have an edge? Don't we have a card that's edge? A skill that's edge? Didn't we get a skill that's edge? It must be in use somewhere. Just thinking, if we mix metal with the skill that's edge, I can crack those edge 4 books, which we have like quite a few of, I think, right now. In the meantime, we might as well start cataloging. And there's so many goddamn books. Let's start bringing some of these over. Can I put this cute little snake somewhere? How about right here? Hiss, hiss, I'm a snake. That's right, little guy. Get out of the bookshelf! Get out of the goddamn bookshelf! Can we pause the game to organize you? Get out of here. The nun is ready. Yoink, yoink, yoink. Let me just quickly move these books down before I go crazy. Before he goes crazy, he says. He's sitting here talking to himself for 6 hours a day. Are you going to milk your viper? Can you even do that? That's a great question. That's a great question. If I could make more serpent milk? Should I feed the serpent milk? It doesn't count. It can only eat sustenance, which has to be... The only thing we have that sustenance is bread. And I've been saving that in case we need it. That's a bedroom? That's what you're going to unlock. As soon as that other bedroom's done. As soon as that staircase is done, I mean. Yeah, absolutely. I want to focus on bedrooms. You use the snake for earth singing? I don't even know what you mean. Greek. The librarian reads Greek. And heart. An 8 heart book. I mean, the collection is growing really nicely. We might as well use our metal to catalog another book. And then probably our fet and our health. Man. Labor. Cook the serpent milk into serpent cheese and make the serpent cheese grilled cheese. A serpent grilled cheese sandwich. This is a bell tower. The bells in this tower rang every Sunday, even in Solomon Husher's time, until Thurza Blake finally canceled services so she could save money by sacking the priests. This brought a reputation of angry locals from Brankrug village when there was a fearful superstition that when the bells of Brankrug fell silent, the bell of Wise would be heard. Even in Solomon Husher's time. Interesting. Mop and bucket. You were saying about unlocking a mop closet. Here you go. There's the mop and bucket right here. It's a heart tool. Amazing. A couple of solar books. Some more Lapsang Shushong, which actually we were running out of. I'll grab these books. Whew. The clock is 10 to unlock. And a glaring room. This has long been a holy place, but now the sun in rags has withdrawn his peace from it. In light there cannot be born. In the day the sunlight dazzles, in the night a moonlight freezes. Only once a piece has been laid on the room will I be able to enter safely. 10 lantern. I got you, baby. 10 lantern. Help, I need more bookcases. I'm running out of room. Too many goddamn books. Why is there no library in this library? I thought the church was just going to be a giant room full of bookcases, and it's absolutely not. Where are the bathrooms? Good question. We haven't seen any bathrooms in this place. Don't mention the desk nor the quills. All right. Oh, we can use this nut now. My Faust. I almost forgot about you. This is my knife skill. It's only knife 1, though. So the Inks of Revelation, I can't use them here, can I? Yes, I can. Oh, this is not. This is what I was thinking of. I can't use them at the Shrine of the Megarad, which is the only Ilhastri place I think we know. Well, we'll spend the evening cracking some books. Why the heck not? 4 moth. Oh, we can do that for sure. I love how frequently and confidently I say that. And then I'm like, do I have moth? Yes, actually, not only do I have moth, I could do that right now. I have the Faust I need for it. Where can I study moth? I don't have a moth desk, do I? No. Doesn't matter. We'll stand on our feet and study that book if that's what it means. Candles? Yeah, we know candles. We have a couple places that use them, I think up around the church. We haven't really put much of them to use. We have a lot of stuff around that we haven't used yet. I'm mostly just cracking open the building. That's been my main jam. Might as well. I don't think that's going to be done by dawn, but... The Violet Chamber. In the days of the Dewulfs, this chamber was reserved for the lady of the house. Later, the librarians William Harris and Genverius Van Loren both preferred it to the librarian's quarter. Harry's established a little shrine to St. Agnes in the far corner, and there remained many years until Van Loren ordered it to be removed. Sorry, Willem Harry's, librarian, and Gervinus Van Loren, librarian. I've got most of the librarians named out now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of the 13 I know of. Strathcoin whiskey. Ooh, this is nice. Scale. We could do the lower rooms with this. We could absolutely do the lower rooms. Shays Lounge. Chair of Challenges. The First Birth. A single ripple distributes the still surfaces of a well of blood. And it's a knock room. So now, if somebody comes by and they are knock related, like this guy was, we could keep them in this place. I believe. I believe. In an icy bedroom. Oh, this is obviously the winter bedroom. No, it can't be. We already have the winter bedroom. Ghost and winter. Ghost and winter. Moth and winter. Read the book without a desk too. Yeah. It just takes a bit longer and it occupies your whole consider slot. Actually, I don't think it takes longer. It just occupies your consider slot. This game wins with confusion and experimentation. Yeah. Costly's tone is urgent if he suspected he might have little time left. Ooh, I can't wait to get more lessons. Everything is running smooth. Like, I want to know more about these events, because in Cultist Simulator used to send people out to like raid locations for special artifacts and books. Like, that's how you would get things like the pigments and whatnot. Sixpence and a Faust. Daybreak. Daybreak. Huge amount of randomness depending on your first couple of choices. Oh, absolutely. There's like 40 endings to the game, so it's designed to be replayed in many different ways. Like, we went with a very high fet and fast run, but because of it, like, I don't have any metal, like any chore. My health is really low, which means like I can't do things like go on walks, go beachcombing. Actually, I probably can now, because I have a bunch of knowledge. Well, I'm going to do that. We've never done that before. It's a sunny day, which means sky rooms and lantern rooms are in ascendance, of which we do very well with our double fast. Ooh. So, do we hire the rector? Didn't I just get a couple of books I said I could crack open too? If I used my metal with my auroral contemplations. The Horus Book 2. The Horus Book 1. That's Nectar. The War of the Roads. Metal, Oral Contemplations. Memory. With ink or tools. That's all you offer me? So we do have some tools that have edge. We have a tool that has edge. Do I? I thought I had a tool that has edge. I have ink of perniculate. Do I have a 6 edge book? Four. Four. 6 forge. I don't have any forge skills, so all right, let's think on this a little. Icy is the obstacle, not what the room is about. Yes, I think I think you're right on that for sure. I suppose we should see what help is available in town today. Here we go. Even the sun can be divided, though it requires the Forge of Days for its division. Now, this guy has the right of division. What do we get here? This is a forge lesson. We don't have any forge lessons right now. And a memory of the forge. Ooh. All right. I think I'm just going to consider this because I'm desperate for a forge lesson. We got the old Reverend, so let's get him drunk on the sun to start the day off. Unlucky Wandering, thank you for the follow, by the way. Welcome to the agency. The Forge lesson has a nice name. Transformations and liberations, yeah. I love Forge. Forge is probably my favorite aspect in the game. Same in like Cultist Simulator. There's just something about it that speaks to me. Oh, amazing. It's 2 forge. That's really good. That's really good. We can crack all the Forge 4 books without any trouble. Without any trouble. This is where my completed books are, right? Yes. Ooh. He says the Forge 4 books as if he has any Forge 4 books. He's got 18, Forge 18, 8, 10, and 8. I have a tool. You're a workbench, right? Yeah, you don't. I can't do papers.
This game feels
here.
like that scene Behold my stuff.
Behold all of my stuff. I don't have a forge desk. Unbelievable. I don't have a forge desk. And I don't have a place to merge this yet either. Because this guy doesn't take the Inks of Revelation. That's interesting. Bitter black salts. Now we have some of those. Somewhere in the house we have bitter black salts. I can't remember what they look like, so. I think. You know what? We might not. Is this something I want to make? It's going to use my metal for the day. I don't necessarily think so. We haven't fused him to any element yet. And in fact, we can't. All the level 1 slots he's already been in. Oh, so that's really kind of interesting. As you start unlocking more stuff, you really end up with cards that you can't lock in. So, Forge crafting, you have foresight, yeah. Sometimes this feels like a hidden object game. I can recommend organizing room for specific things so you don't hunt too much. Yeah, so I started doing that a little bit at a time. Like our alchemy lab is full of all the alchemy stuff. But, look like a jar of black peppercorns. Yeah. So we can't sink this into anywhere. So I do think crafting with it is kind of a bit of a fun idea. Alternatively, we do have this memory. Oops. We can use other tools and stuff in here as well. Oh, that's kind of neat. Oh, so you can use 2 tools up in this area. I just feel like with 7, you know, there's just a part of me that's like, if you've got 7 forge that easy, and you have an 8 forge book, you have 2 8 forge books, one of which you can read. But not quite enough. I guess we need our metal to be upgraded. Or our skill to be upgraded. Alright, well, let's screw it. Yeah, let's make bitter black. bit of black. And we have the priest is... You're right, we're juicing him up today, so... Why not? It's fun to do the new things. Sometimes it's good to check them out. So we've got you boosted on the memory of the sun. We'll boost you with Faust as well. What am I getting him to unlock is the real question. This glaring room is a 10. There's a 9. There's a 6. Okay, there's lots of things for him to do. We love salts. Part of me wants to put every empty room aside from the book and put everything back in order, but then I remember I'm lazy. I mean, I definitely need more space for things. Can I put these on the table? Oh my god, I can. These are all the servable things. You are juiced up to 7. That gives you 8. What do we say? I need a 10 for one of these? Yeah. Well, we can do 10. We can get him to 10. Maybe. There's 9 there, easy. We're done combing the beach. A familiar iron key has washed up on the beach. But we've already unlocked Hush House. Key to the door or a sword outside of a king's hall if you listen to the nobles. I mean, I guess we'll just put that back. So what do we get out in the moor? If you know what you look for, you might find something among the rocks. Hurt. Rose. So we could also use Rose to explore the moor.
We are unlocking Hush House 2, The Reckoning.
This summer, coming to the Brandkrug Theater, Hush House 2, The Reckoning. I can't give him more tools, can I? Only use 1 tool a day. I figured that made sense. And what are bitter blacks? Another pigment. Okay, so we're getting a lot of pigments lately. They're a forge pigment. Valuable. But not entirely what I'm looking for. Here is more stuff we can serve. Strathcoin whiskey. I need to find... I don't know, throw that up there too. If he is at 8, I need a 2 lantern. Something that'll give him 2 lanterns. Glassfinger Toxin is 2 lantern, but it's also 4 knock. Refulgent he can't use. Arsenic he can't use. Oops. I might be pushing my limit on... I mean, even with 8, he could still open... We could open the stair. But if we had 9, we could open Echoing Chamber. And if we get 10... He's got a memory. He's got a tool. He's not been fed, and he's not drunk. You're a pigment. So many useless things. So many I-cores. Ah, this is a desk as well. This is a moth desk. I think. No, it doesn't count as a desk. Never mind. I was hoping I could do moth studies here. Two lantern for that. Hi, yeah. All right. He might be stuck doing the 6. Even the bread gives him nothing. And you can't use like a candle. But you can use candles. This increase their aspects. They'll keep any candle stumps that might be left over. I mean, I have a lot of candles. Though they don't always... Don't know that I have any that give double lantern. That's 9. Give him that one. And then we could give him a half pot of second flesh of Sam. That'll be 10. That'll be 10. The dregs it gives you. We've cataloged a 8-edge book. 8-edge scroll, I should say. That, of course, won't fit near anything. 4 skill as you make candles later. I imagine anything that you see, you can make. Once you have the knowledge on how to make it. And if you have the right memories and everything. Ask your German friend if he knew the square root of 81. He said no. I see what you did there. 10 lantern. Wow, what a boost. What's going on here? We've seeked unusual help. A passing by poet, winter moth, and sky. Winter moth, sky. Winter moth, sky. The cold room was winter moth 4. Of course, I've used up all my good aspects today. 7. So I'd need a 3 moth or 3 winter in like a drink. 1 winter in the Eigengrau. I feel like maybe we have a tool that also does winter. No, we have a tool that does moth. This is a liquid, but it's not a drinkable liquid. Yeah, it has to say beverage. The Ruby Wise Ruin is 2 moth. That'd be 3 with the tool. 4, 5, 6, 7. That could do it. All right, let's do it. Well, let's figure out how this goes, actually. Because I need time to hire him, and then I need time to give him 2 different things. which is maybe pushing my luck. If I would get better at generating memories, I'd probably have less of a hard time with this. Clearing room 10 lantern. Unlock. Yeah, you know what? It's midday. Yeah, break a £1 note, mister. Sure can. All right, so this dweeb, we need to get him the mothiest substances we can find. There's actually not that much stuff. Or the winteriest. But I don't think we have that much wintry. He has a moth and winter. But he doesn't have... Yeah, no, he's feed and assistance. He's not someone who can actually, like, stay. So, the shears... We'll get him to 5. Oh, you know what? Look, these cordials. They're 2 moth. That's perfect. I don't have to waste the 4 grail item then. This is an 8 heart book. I am running out of bookshelves. Perpetually and utterly running out of bookshelves. Lethe is also in the drug room. That works. Oh yeah, that's 4 moth. Good to know. I'll just have them guzzle this though. This doesn't need to be, no, this is already served. Perfect. Oh, and it's going to be another bedroom. These are my favorite rooms. By far. Yeah, look, we still have 10 shillings left over. That's like 5 hires. William Harry's in bronze. Now, we know that the Bronze King Henry gave the Isle to the Dewulfs. The solarium was once used for the meditation of favored visionaries. Here, White Matilda prophesies the victory of the Iron King in the War of the Roads. Okay. Much as it would occur 300 years later, but she got his name wrong. Highly polished bronze. I mean, this has got to be the Bronze King. Is Clairvit's not? An awakened feather. Oh, we were able to make one of these via Sky Stories and something else. Remains. Interesting. There are, of course, more books. A 9-wink clock. And a couple of potted plants. All right. Well, we'll move the books down into this never-ending hellscape. I'm gonna have to take these and these and put them somewhere. This is ink. Ink. There's no room for ink anywhere. These are papers. They can stack over there. I'll just grab those last 2 books, and we'll also tuck them away. We're starting to stack up quite a few solar period books, if I may say. Ten Moon. All right. Whew. This is good work. You're up to 7 moth, which lets me use you to explore the icy bedroom. Damn. This is crushing through right now. That's it. That's all we can do today. I always like when it's like it's not even dusk and we are out of things to do. This spooky bedroom is for sky people. I love it. Self-born. What do we have? The Pale Chamber. In the time of the Dewulfs, this magnificent bedroom was reserved for the Baron, or in Lady Eva's time, the Baroness. Eva had the whole room decorated in black as a gesture of permanent mourning for her father, Valentine, or according to ribald rumors, to set off her own paleness for her lovers. It was Kitty Mazarine much later who freshened the furnishing and made it the Pale Chamber. So I think Kitty Mazarine must be a librarian. And the Baroness Eva, her father is Valentine. That would make him the 6th Baron. And I'm sure we have a bust of him around somewhere. Kitty Mazarine. You know what? I bet I could just look at these and be like, who is the librarian who loves... Oh, this of course is me. We're the 12th librarian. I can use whatever I want as my image. And if I have a successor, their image might stand here. Who dwells still in the 3-flowered tree? Who served 2 masters as best he could? Who was denied victory though never defeated? Who brought a key long lost? Born of 3 nations and of none? Who knew cages? Who knows? What else we got in here? Armagnac? Theresa Blake? Oh, we know her. She's the 7th librarian. 9th, 10th, 4th, 5th, 6th, 8th, 7th. Who dwell still in the 3-flowered tree. Hot dog. Anything else valuable in here? Daybreak clock. No. Okay. Couple bottles of Armagnac, which is good moon stuff. Maybe we can do some moon stuff next. As we pass into day. Still haven't gotten this room open. This is another bedroom here. It's cloudy, which is moon. We have a current affairs event happening, which is fantastic. We might get some answers. How much do I need for this? 6 sky. What did I say I need moon for? Eight moon. One, two. Oh man, I got like no moon on hand. We also unlocked the abandoned librarian's quarters. Oh, this is going to be a valuable room for sure. And we have MCO Constance Lee is our visitor, who is moon-based? Moon-based. And sky-based. This is a sky room, isn't it? No, that's a key room. This is a sky room. So we can have her stay here. And she won't run away. going to take 3 minutes for her to stay here. She's interested in sky and moon. But it's going to have to be a moon book. I need a moon book of 3. Where are my completed books? Which I don't think we have. Sky, sky. Moth, scale, lantern. Moon of 8 is the lowest moon book we have. No, it's not. Agent, come on. Moon of 4. We can figure this out. We can find a way between the clouds and the tryst to open a moon book. Not that we have a desk. Oh, we do have a desk. I need a 2 ink. If I had a 2 moon ink. Your ink, your ink, your ink, 2 moon ink. Cat wink. You can master this mystery. I don't even need a skill. Get bent. Catwalk, yeah. Cat wink. We have 1 vial of it left. That's incredible. What else can we do? Might as well wake up the Reverend. What do we need for the abandoned library room? Oh my god, this is so easy. Are you kidding me? 3 lantern? My dude, I'm just... Here, have a Faust. That's the easiest room we've ever had to open. And I'm assuming once she's like settled in here, I can talk to her about this. Like, I assume I will like get her back as a card. Understands Latin. Killasimi. Greek. I'm also hoping maybe after I talk to her, I could probably get her to teach me Greek. Crack that, soldier boy. Casual laborer. Right. Kaimona. Do you think you get random unusual assistance? Or do you think depending on what card you put in, you get an unusual assistance based on that? I haven't even thought about that until just now. I already know Greek. Killasimi is the one you don't know. Yes, yeah, yeah. Yeah, and we have like 3 Spinatra, so we might as well use them. Is what I'm thinking. Might as well also use this Fet while we're here. A culmination of moon, a memory of salt, and a lesson of sea stories. Moon and Grail. I mean, let's just learn that one. I restored the room set aside by the Curia for the Librarian. Achievement unlocked. When the Curia of the Isle acquired the deed to the abandoned Dewulf estate, Ambrose Westcott became first Librarian, which we knew. Yes. It had this cozy nook constructed above the north wing to fit his preferences. His successor, Kitty, second Librarian, is Kitty Mazarine, and I know where her statue is. Second Librarian. Preferred the room next door. She lamented that the reek of Westcott's pipe remained long after her death. And her successor, Solomon Husher, which we did know already, was the third Librarian. And we also know the fourth. preferred the long tower, but most librarians have enjoyed the peace and the sea view. We get a watering can, a tool for nectar. Oh, that's very useful. A lot of plants. Your leaf, your flower. There's a book here. A pale bust of Abrasouthi. Librarian's glasses. God's Return. A green shoot splits a rock. Witching Tisane. Oh, there's a lot of books here. Inscribed stone. Twin fish stone. Half faceless face. The librarian's fireplace. A little bookshelf. This is a lantern-based occupant? I gotta tell you what, we're gonna camp here. Why not? We should probably sleep in the librarian's quarters. That makes sense to me. Choose them teaching you or you helping them. I see, okay. Well, that's all right. I'd rather them help on the mystery because the mystery has been something we've been trying to solve for like a year and a half in game. 8 winter. And I'm going to spend that metal. This is the book that was in my bedside table, so I'm a little bit just curious about it. Right, and we'll give that to her in a second. Camp. My visitor grows impatient. Ah, okay. So you can actually just put them in there if they're about to run out of their like 6 minutes. You can put them in there at the end. You really don't have to do it right away. Talk to you about this. I'm going to talk to you with this book. Something that carries fire and darkness. Something that can leave a place it never entered. Something that no one will let alone. That sounds like the name of the chandelier. These names shouldn't even exist, and yet this year I've heard of 2 at least. Keep this between us, librarian. So she's a moon. This guy was a knock. I feel like that's going to be enough to maybe answer this mystery. He says uncertainly. Moon and key. Six winter. I guess I could put this over here. 6 seems solvable. And we are going to consider this sea story so that we can have a moon lesson. I also like stories of the sea. So we just discovered a few things. Valentine Dewulf is a baronial baron, is all I know about him. Kitty is in all black. She's here. She is the second librarian we discovered. Born of 3 nations and of none. Kitty and Mazarine. So she goes there. We've unlocked sea stories. 2 moon. Oh, that's even nicer. And Nicodromy. Also bird song, though. Which we don't have any bird song. Which would get us chore. Which, again, we also don't have. Which I'm assuming is probably going to be Heart and Grail. Do I want to just level you up? That's the real question. I haven't leveled you up. It does feel like having each of the 9 parts is really valuable. The 9 humors or whatever they are. Elements of the soul. I think I'm just going to do that. 2 heart. 1 grail. Interesting. And if I can be honest, a little unexpected. 2 hearts. Of course I don't have any heart-centric lessons. She's giving me a bronze spinny. Which puts me up to gold now. 5 lantern, that's also worth. So. Can I do anything with this affair of the messenger casket? Or is it just that I can talk to people about it and get money from them? Special money. Super money. I kind of get the vibe that's all you can do. I guess then I can spend that money on learning more languages and unlocking more books. Which does sound pretty nice. They're not all gonna fit. All right, this room is out of control. What if I went on a walk with my chore? At night, I'll fall off something, into something, or both. All right, well, maybe not. I can definitely at least decode a book in the meantime. With my fat. We're about to move into the bedroom. Librarians are prone to backache, and the mattress here has always been a hard one, even in Westcott's time. You can use skills in bed, but generally you'll just add fatigued soul cards to have a nap, or maladied soul cards to recover. That's decamp, that's decamp. Could settle in for a nap with a cup of something warm or a glass of something soothing. Average a beverage to restore your soul card without waiting overnight. Ah, okay. And I can use beverage. Okay, so you can also just use combinations of stuff to craft in bed as well. We have a memory assault. I'd like to use it if we can. Maybe we can craft something stupid. Do we even have a moon crafter? Shrine here? No. The solar? No. No. The musicians? Grail, Skyle, Moon, the Sunset Harp. Inspiration, a memory. All right, I think we just don't have enough juice. It's fine, whatever. Yeah, we're okay. And this way, going on a walk is a chore? Not that kind of chore. 6, winter. All right, my 6 books are getting... undo. My 6 books are getting wildly out of control. I think we need to do something about them. Moth 3. And Rose. I guess we could maybe do hurt. If we have chore, what's the weather today? Sunny as always.
So far, which rooms would you personally want to live in here?
Oh boy. That's a hard one to say. There's a lot of really nice rooms. The map room I really like. This study, actually, like both of these studies, I think are beautiful. The study and the hunting room. This purple room, the violet chamber, is pretty bouge. So no doubt the librarian's quarter is cozy. I'm a big plant person. Those are my top so far. Oh, look at this. Valentine Dewulf, 6th Baron of Brankrug. 6th Baron. Father was Valentine. Yeah, we knew that. I guess I just forgot he existed. 6th Baron of Brankrug. Damn, I think all we're missing is the 4th Baron. And the 2nd Baron. Hey, that's pretty good. Abra Southie. She must have been a librarian. William Harries. This guy's a librarian. So I think we just don't have the busts yet. We ain't busting hard enough. All right, look, this 3rd floor, which is a bedroom, is 6 sky, which would be super easy to get if we mixed a sunny with a Faust, a sky globe, and something else. I mean, I guess we could also just do lantern. Let's just get the damn priest out. We know we need him. We know we could put him to use, I should say. I forgot to even check that when it was complete. So let's check it again today and hopefully maybe actually remember it. Rector. I'm gonna give you a Faust to start. That's doable. That might be doable. I'm really starting to see how much like upgrading the cards is so important. And the only way to upgrade the cards is to decode the books. And to decode the books, I just need to get better at using the stuff that exists around the house already. 7. 2 sun, 2 lantern. I don't really think I have anything for that. So I think I might just actually have you do this staircase at 6. I think that's fine. There's some sort of shrine here, which might be good craftable. Probably worthwhile doing. In the meantime, we can decode a book with fetch. And have him work on the house. It's coming along. I'm really, I love this. This Baron statue puzzle is just my favorite thing. So we slowly try to figure out where everybody belongs. Oh, that's a Moon 4 book. That we can do, I think, pretty easy. He says. Moon 3, super easy. Because it's just Sea Stories Tryst. Think or memory. Tools or memories. Are one of these moon? No, moth. We have a bunch of scales. Forges. This is heart. I gotta put all my tools together. This is getting out of hand. It's getting to be a pain to try and find them all. This is nectar. The globe is moon. Kick it. I'll let that go. Yeah, I think as we start getting into like the tier 10 rooms to unlock, it's starting to turn back now and be like, okay, you got to focus on the smaller rooms, clearing those out, or you got to focus on getting the books upgraded. The Watchman, illumination lantern. No. Almost, though. You guys are all committed already, aren't you? You're not. What are you tuned to? Metal, though? Yeah, you're useless. Whist. We don't have 2 whist. You're not attuned to anything yet, because you need to be upgraded in order to do it. So, okay, it's a valuable shrine, as I hoped, but beeswax candles. It's got a bunch of lantern candles, which is nice. Yeah, other than that, nothing too crazy. This is a Heart 4 book? Sure. Consulting engineer, forge, sky, and lantern for 24 bucks and a half day. 6 forge, really easy with metal. There's only one room she can do, and it's the clock tower, and I need to get her forge 4. Now, I think I can probably do that. One of these boozes gives, like, 2. I'm certain there's a drink we have that gives 2. And I feel like there might be a drink we have that gives 4. It's a pigment. These tools... These tools give 1. So that'd be 3. 4, 5, 6, 7. I still need 3 more. Fuel. I don't think she can use that. I think it needs to be a drink. Mortar and pestle she could also use for 1. Oh, there's Catwink here too. There's so much, dude. Cult of Simulator is one of my favorite weird games. I hope this stands up. Dude, this is like Cult of Sim on crack. It's so good. If you like Cult of Sim, I 100% guarantee, I don't even have to think about it, you would like this game. It is literally just Cult of Sim, but better in every way. More collectibles, more story. I dare say a ton of replayability because of the randomness of the books and stuff that you unlock. I don't know that I can get this lady to 4. bread. 8. I think 10 is out of reach for me. Oh, 10 sky, though. Might not be. This is the only thing I hate about this game, is like trying to remember what all your stuff is and where it is such a nightmare. Here's Stargall Inc. Ross Cregan is 1 forge, right? No, you know what? I don't know that I can do 10 of Sky. I don't think I can. All right, I'm not gonna spend the money on her then. Sky Lantern. Yeah, we definitely don't need Lantern unless there's a cheap Sky somewhere else. 9 Sky. Oh. Oh, no, yeah. Okay, let's hire her. We can have her unlock the Motley bedroom. What does she need? A half crown? A little less. Plus, you got a pet snake. Click on the sky aspect to highlight things with the same aspect. Yeah. But the thing is it highlights everything. You can't be like, I need sky drink. Which would be the most useful way to do it. So fast. Hell, that's all I need. That's 6 right there. Let's crack some books. If that's the case. Is that the last of my Curia books? No. Almost, though. Almost the last of them. So we're going to use you up here. Here we go. So that is another bedroom, which is nice. Looks like it has a bust in it as well. Eight scale. Scale is here. I'm going to keep this book on me because I'm pretty sure we can open this tomorrow once everything resets. And what do we have? Oh, a moon culmination. Memory of intuition. And a lesson, sickle and eclipse. You're already committed. All of these are committed, right? At this point? Everyone except for transformations and liberations. This looks like it's probably going to also be a 2 moon, but it might be a 2 edge, but it looks like it's probably a 2 moon. Everything seems to be focused based on color. I think I am correct in saying that. No, I'm wrong, because this is 2 rows, and that should be 2 scale. So, you know what? Screw it, man. We're just going to learn this lesson. We're going to stick it in there. And in the meantime, why don't we try to make something? Rose. I don't really have a good soul for this. No, I don't have a soul available. Ignoring that one early room as an unlock is simply important, not enough to consider. What, this one? The gloomy room? I mean, it's just that when I get people, I try to be like, what's the maximum rank room I can get them to unlock? Get like the most value out of them as possible. There's no kind of reference for conventional medicine. Our benefactor, someone who donated to the Curia but remained anonymous. Our benefactress. We got a couple of books. A desk. A heart key. Rose and moth desk. Natan. A physician Natan lived here in the 15th century and his family after that, tolerated by the monks until King Henry dissolved the foundation and granted the isle to Henrik. Henrik turfed them out of the tower and moved the place to his own taste, but when Christopher Illapoy moved in 400 years later, he restored what he could. Illapoy wrote at the time of his sympathy as a rootless founding for the outcast Nathan. I don't know what I am, but I don't think I'm English. And this is a moth bed. Secret cache. A bag of tricks. A mirror. A menorah. I just want to make a note here. The Bronze King Henry. Henrik Dewulf. Hendrik Dewulf. Who was the first Baron of Brankrug. Oh. I see. That makes a bit more sense. It was not a broom closet. Turned out it wasn't a broom closet at all. What do we have here? 6 scale. What do we have here? Heart? Guess I might as well. Crack that open. Sorry, this book is 6 scale Sanskrit. Man, this house is huge. Like, it's great. We don't even have this entire area touched. The basement untouched. Whatever is down here. Who even knows? Haven't been able to get past a 5 scale room. To try and figure it out. Another bolt of pale silk. This is 2 of these caches we found this same item in. Alright, well that's it for the night. Memories fade. An 8 sky book. I feel like we could open an 8 sky book. Would I be crazy in thinking that? I don't think I would be. I feel like we've opened 8 skybooks before. We certainly opened 6 skybooks. Do I really need to be buying more books? There's a great question for us. I have like 1,000 books here I'm trying to open. Umbrella Corp under the house. I mean, I'm sure whatever is under the house is gonna be real interesting. When we start getting into the real culty stuff, that's gonna be what's under the house for sure. What else am I using them on? I want to use them to learn languages with visitors. Sunny. I mean, that is sky. 4, 6, 7, 7, 8. Does this count as a memory? It does. That's not enough. I max out on 8 right now for books, for skybooks. So yeah, I'm not going to buy that. Oh, 'tis a pity, 'tis a pity. That being said, Heart and Moon. I've finished this book. Hush House Lectures. But Heart. Is this Desk Heart? It is. I mixed you with Chor. And perhaps... Well, nothing else matters, but... A memory. There are some tools that have Heart. I know the broom does. God damn. If I had a single Heart card, I could crack open that book. But alas, it's one of the things I do not. Should we hire the priest? Pump him full of Heart, maybe? I don't know. I guess we should. It's really hard not to just hire the priest because he's free. He's the only one who's free. And even though we're sitting on like a good chunk of change, why spend it if we don't have to? 2 knife, 2 edge. Preservation and Nicodromy. Which I believe. Oh, we could get Chore Plus. We could absolutely get Chore Plus. Well, when you put it that way. I think this guy is good for Heart. He is, and he's good for Illumination, which you are not. You went Preservation. We have something for that. I think it's the piano. And you are Birdsong. That's definitely the piano. There's Preservation. Birdsong. Will this work? Yes, it will. Hot damn. Well, that book is solved then. Chore Plus will do it. We can pick up the Rector, and we can try to decide what we want to pump him full of today. I'd like to do some of these easier ones. What about 5 scale? Do we have anything that gives scale? Health. 1 scale. I bet we could just give him some drugs. We gotta have some scaly drugs here. That'd give him 1. That'd give him... My Heart would give him 2. What else you got for me? That'd give him 2. That puts him at 4 scale. Serpent Milk is 3, but it's too valuable. Whiskey, Hourglass. Whiskey, Hourglass. Health. Maybe let's see if he's got a memory. Have I delved into the crafting a little bit? We've made a few things, like these marks, these salt signs. We've done a bit of alchemy to create a couple of pigments. But not a lot of it has been super useful. I know there are some memories that we can craft to make that seem very valuable, but we haven't gotten too deep into that yet. And we still haven't figured out if we can boost this. I don't think we can. We need an Ilhastri with lantern to boost the Faust. And we just haven't found one of those yet. Okay. I'm going to investigate this dude. See what we come up with. See if we can find a spot for him. Well, that's a scale memory right there. All right, we got it. That's... I'm going to have to spend like the whole day talking to him, getting him on board. But if we pump him full of memories and whiskey and make him stare at an hourglass for long enough, we should be able to get him to excavate the ruinous part of the house. 6th librarian. Thank you. Just add that to my notes. I might as well grab him then as well and get rid of him. 4th, 8th, 5th, 6th. Oh, boom. We do have some other busts about, but not many. I'll give him 2. Yeah, this will work. A memory of sight. Ah, that's the other thing. I forget when you consult the busts and stuff and the artwork, you also get stuff. We know Natalie is a librarian, but we don't know which one. I don't know who Abra Southie is. I bet she's like the person who comes after you. The 13th librarian. Let's give you the hourglass for 3. I'm going to look at her with some fete. Why not? Abbot Thomas. These. Yeah. Oh yeah, Musgrave Dewulf. I mean, he's got to be a baron, right? So he's got to be one of those. I just don't know which one. We've missed the auction, but that's fine. Weather Factory do this, making a cool new game and make me want to play. I mean, it's a great new game. 5th librarian is... Sorry, what is her name? This is maybe my favorite part, weirdly enough. She is 19th century. She is the 5th librarian. Collecting all the busts and the mysteries of the house has become something I've didn't think I was going to enjoy, and I instead have enjoyed it very greatly. Let's give you a nice glass of Strathcoyne whiskey. And then you, I just said was the 5th librarian, which means you go here. Can't wait to figure out what this unlocks. If it unlocks anything at all. I mean, it's got to unlock something. They wouldn't do that to me. They couldn't do that to me. All right, well, let's tap a book open too. We could choose to make a bit of money, but no, I think I'm just going to spend all this stuff on books. Intensify my chore. Show with chore 3 and the mop. With chore 3 and the mop. I should be able to master this book. Don't ask me how that makes sense, but I'm for it. You drank your glass of whiskey, and that will set you to unlock the ruinous hall. And we'll finally get the basement. Start making some progress on the basement. It's really funny. I was like, I want to do the church, this big room. And then I was like, I want to go straight to the basement. And instead I've been like, let's climb every tower How tall can we get? Scale 6. Blup. I'm just going to have to start putting 6 books over here. Because I don't think there's room for them anywhere else. Oh no, you can fit right there. Okay, more books. More books, more books. Use a Faust. Is that the last of the curios? It is. We're almost through. Two more, you dweebs. I feel like we investigated Musgrave before and we didn't really get an answer. Ten knock. Ooh. All right, just out of to sate my curiosity, I'm gonna do this. Knock goes here. At least this room is somewhat categorized. That's Grail. That's Forge. That's Grail. Why don't we move Grail over here since it's gotten so big? And now down here we have the Servants' Hall. Henrik Dewulf, 1st Baron of Brankrug, was granted Hush House after the dissolution of St. Brandon's by old copper-nosed King Henry VIII. In an act of unusual generosity for that tight-fisted king, the grant came with the title of Baron, and rights sicut regale like a king, the quasi-independence traditionally accorded to martial lords. Henrik was clearly determined to live as befitted his new rank, and he expanded the house accordingly with the support staff. A loom. Ooh. This is all the fabrics we've been finding. We can start making stuff out of them. A bunch of contraband. A pigeon statuette. Maybe he can be the 13th librarian. A midnight mark. A couple of candles. A piano. Some misshapen fruit. I can feed that to the snake. Do you think the snake would like fruit? I might have to serve it first. I don't know how this works. You want food, don't you? Yes, food, not remains, not egg. Oh. No, I misunderstood this. Food must be remains or egg. Interesting. Well, we'll put that over here. Food, that's remains or eggs. Would like the deer? Carcass. Take this to a necropsy table to render it into animal bone. Carcass. Egg. Larva. I don't have a clue. I just like that he hangs out in here with the larva. Love the pigeon statue. If snake is like the other animals, it wants food after you talk to it. Yeah. Well, we woke him up. We hatched an egg. And then, I just haven't really stumbled across any other eggs to feed him. Eggs or remains, I suppose. Okay. Okay. I wonder where the last busts are. Find bones, elsewise you might want to keep the mounted deer heads. Yeah, I mean, well, yeah, there's a lot of things that I've been like, oh, this is clearly something I can do with this, but it's like necropsy table, and I'm like, oh, I haven't found that yet. Then again, I do know where the morgue is. We just haven't unlocked it, so. Musgrave Dewulf was mocked as the Bleating Baron, even while Brankrug prospered quietly. He was renowned for his piety, but won praise from the Magnus Julian Costly. A quiet contradiction of a man. Is there a clue I can get? Who saw what had not yet passed? Who was mocked more than he was merited? Yes, so that's him. So Musgrave is the 4th Baron. Which does mean I'm only missing the 2nd Baron. And then a couple librarians. Abbot Jeffrey, Sister, Abbot Thomas, St. Malachite. I mean, I don't think it's any of them. Move somebody off a pedestal here or off of something in here. Part of me is now also thinking maybe all the abbots and stuff need to go in here. She's a librarian. I just can't remember who. I'm sure we just don't have all the busts. We don't know who Abersouthy is. Okay. Okay. What's this room? A ruined kitchen. 6 sky, 6 forge. Oh, we can easy get that. In fact, I think if we use like a metal on the blacksmith, maybe give him a shot of whiskey and the tools. Yeah, okay, I can do that easy peasy. That'll only cost me half a floor and a shilling. Keep them out of deer heads for aesthetics. I mean, also a good point. Heart, onwards. Weaving and not working. Now, I don't have any heart lessons. So I'm going to use that one. Because it seems like a good idea. And then sadly, it is morning. Another sunny day. All right, sky. You're sky. Well, if you're sky, that's probably even easier than forge. I could just have this jerk do it. And we can maybe focus on more books today. I would like that. 2 heart and a moth. Nice. The Bosk. The wisdom of the primeval wood, rarely written, often felt. I think that's the only tree I don't have. How convenient. Health. That seems like an easy sell. That gives us all 9 of the elements. 4, 6, 7, 8. 9 is being used to talk to the priest. The Bosk, though. Man, I don't think we've seen anything that uses the Bosk as an element. Not at all. Yeah, no, we got them all. We're missing Wisp, but it's in use right now. It's right here. There we go. So the old Rector. Old Recty McGee. Let's get you skied up. Now, we have all these lessons, and we have all 9 of the mysteries. I feel like we could also probably start figuring out crafting a bit stronger now, and then start looking towards, like, making memories that we can use. for example, we know that makes bitter black salts. The problem is we don't know what to use bitter black salts on. We have... Can we make stuff into pianos? That's actually a good question. I suppose, why not? Confounding parables. So this is a rose memory. Application. Elements, sounds, and omens. And he can also use memories. All right, you've got that. You've got that. I need you to take the Astro Lab, probably. Those are roses. Part of me is also wondering about, like, whoa, what if I could make some moon or something? Yeah, all right. So the key is, like, it's all about making 5 points. So, for example, with heart 5 and weaving and not working, I should be able to go to something like this loom, say chore, weaving. There you go. Boom. Now I'm starting to get it. We can craft whatever the hell this is. A perhabate. A perhabate. I did actually want to upgrade health, but I don't think we have anything that could do that right now. But you know what we could do with that health? Something we haven't done. We'll just go for a walk. Why not? Gather some stuff in the summertime. We could head down to the beach and we could look for stuff from the sea. Now we're starting to get cooked up. We could catalog some books. My favorite thing to do. Where to even start? Baronial, maybe? Rarely contaminated. What I really need to do is just start working through these books. Oh, what I really need to do is start working through these books, because I feel like we also now have enough stuff that we could just do that. Last but not least, I gotta find you, what, one more of these. Something you can use that would give me one more sky. That's a thing. It's a liquid. Ooh, I don't know. Maybe we don't have anything that gives you sky. Ink you can't use. What about the food? We just found some food. None of that gives you sky. Did I really hire you and put all this time and effort into you, only to not actually have the things I need to make you into something? I don't want to give him that. I just want to move that over to the lab. I didn't realize we had that sitting around. Candles aren't gonna give you sky. Aha, Lapsang Yushang will. It's a little bit of a waste, but I'll take it anyway. Do I have any nasty books? We have a couple cursed books, yeah. There's this one that's cursed with bloodlines. Slowly oozes blood. And then there's a book over here that like burns our eyes. Gain the attention of the bright names of ours, the gods of light. Written in Greek. 8 lantern. Oh my god, I think we might be able to do that. We haven't had a lantern book in ages. We've crafted prohibitate. This is an ink. There we go. Somebody was asking earlier, how do you make ink? And the answer is 5 heart. Damn, this is a really good ink. Two lantern, 2 heart, 2 scale, and a winter? That rules. What else can we make? I know we have the solar altar here. We can make Refulgen with 5 of you. Okay. Black bitter salts, Refulgen, ink. What about Fet? Your compass. What does 5 compass make me? A confounding parable. Okay. So that's a memory. I believe that's a rose sky memory. It's been a really long time since I've made one. Let's get an answer. You're 2 chalice and you're 2 moth. But that's a little harder to do. It's really, once you kind of need the plus cards to be able to make things just willy-nilly. 5 heart in the alchemy station. Yeah. We did it in the loom down here. But I guess anywhere that allows you to do heart crafting would be the answer. So, not the alchemy station. The shrine to St. Januarius? Januarius would do it. I guess this is going to be another shrine here. What am I using you for? Opening this? The ruined kitchen? Yes. Well, I wish I could just do this myself. I hate that you need assistance to open things. I mean, it makes sense, but I'm still allowed to hate it. 8. 3, 6. Oh, you can't study that here. You study it here? If I look at almost any bust, I will get a memory of light. You know what? Here's a great question. If I examine you, I can't do that. Cash, phonograph. I can't use you at all, huh? I could have sworn you could look at pictures. Ah, you can look at pictures that you can pick up, but you can't pick up stained glass. Well, I've been meaning to do this one for quite a while. So let's investigate the picture of the Mansis. Different crafting skills make different things too if you have redundant aspects. Different crafting skills. Like, what do you mean? Like if you make it in a different station, it makes a different thing? If the devs assume we remember all the recipes or write them down, they assume we write them down, and I know this because A, the game says you might want to keep notes, and anytime you click on something, it says copy to clipboard. And B, in their recent dev notes, like they put out after the patch, they were like, yeah, we're going to put a notepad in the game so you can keep notes in-game instead of outside of the game. The key is actually really not writing everything down and just becoming a lunatic as you play the game, as you start memorizing everything. That's how Cultist Sim worked really well. So I'm trying to walk a fine line with that. We found a baby viper. Amazing. And on the beach, we found a fish. What? You know what's happening to that fish, right? You know damn well what's happening to that fish. So that's cool. We should definitely spend more time exploring and getting free stuff. What have I learned beneath the skin of the world? A memory of sight. Perfection. So, if I take you, and I take you, and I take you, and I take you, and I take you, you can master this mystery. Boom. And there's the kitchen. King's Luck Pie, a beef pie with pears and cinnamon and secret ingredients. That sounds delicious. Traditional dish of the house. It was first cooked, they say, for King Henry, when in great secrecy on St. Piran's Day, he came to Cornwall, seeking the king's metal tin to restore his alloy. It probably didn't happen, but the pie did. All right, so I guess we know we're in Cornwall now. Serve. Well, this is good. This is just a great big serving room. I can put all the servables down here. We have knife whiskey, nature whiskey, tea, tinctures, pickled mushrooms, a hen's egg. Now I could feed that to a snake or something. Oh my God, look at this. There's honey. There's cuckoo honey. Honey. A lot of honey. Kitchen bowls. Cake time. This is a nectar heart tool. No, we did have both of those. The mop and the watering can covered that. Grapes. An aisle water pitcher. Kitchen range. Ingredients and seasonings. So you can make stuff here too. We've also unlocked the Ravaged Foundry. Well, this is for sure going to be a forge workshop. And the Wrecked Pantry. 7 and 7. 6 and 6. 6 forge is easy to do. We won't do it today, but we could easily spend our metal on something like that. Steam overlay. The notepad for each game. Oh, yeah, that's right. They added that into Steam recently. That's a good idea. I literally just have a notepad open. More than one skill that focuses on one element of the soul. Yes. Yeah, all the skills focus on at least 2 elements. Seem to be. Can you hatch the egg and get more eggs? Oh, for the hen's egg, I was actually thinking that, yeah. $12 Grail. Read and kill a Simi. I'll add you to the Grail pile. A lot of Grail books. How's my little Vipey doing? He's a tame Viper. What that means, I do not know. Oops. I'll put you there. The wild Viper can go out here. How about that? That seems fair. That seems like a good spot for him. All right, that's the day. Have it transparent in your game at all times too? Yeah, okay, that sounds super valuable actually. Every time I alt tab to open up the notepad, it like minimizes the game. Summer rain. Rain is nectar and grail. Nectar 7, hard to do. I got this nectar. Okay, actually, two things here. Hold on. I don't have a nectar knowledge. And that's what you need to do gardening. And that's literally the one thing I'm missing. Two nectar, two grail. I want to open some books. We have some nectar books. Do any of my skills give nectar? Health. Gives 1. That's enough. Oh, we crafted a confounding parable, but I forgot to pick it up. And we revealed lanterns. An offshoot favored by Wesney, the true sisterhood follows St. Respis in pursuing ascension in the name of the door in the eye, the merciless hour of light. St. Respis failed. Perhaps the larger sisterhood tracked him down and ritually strangled him, but Wesney outlines steps for those who hope to succeed. Seek in dreams. Seek the Mansus. The third mark can be achieved only when one has passed through the stag door. One must pass the wood. One must rise to the white door. The stag door awaits the light bearer in the sight of Gerby. I know what that means. And I'm not kidding when I say that. Ooh! 2 oral contemplations. Ooh! Ooh. You're an illumination. Yeah, you're going to be hard-pressed to upgrade anything with that. So I don't think... I think they have to be like the same thing, right? Like, I can't upgrade this with that. It needs to be Forge and Moth. I could... Can I even learn this? If I okay, so if I had a lantern memory, I could upgrade this to lantern 4. Lantern 3, knife 2. Yeah, you know, it's already committed, but I could then probably do it again with another memory. One look at a painting memory. Yeah. I guess that's worth it. What else am I going to do with that lesson, right? Lantern and knife. Sickle and Eclipse would maybe be better valued. A knife or a moon memory. That's going to be tricky. I think what I will do... I will probably need that E-Reb for that. Right? I mean, I could do that, but that seems expensive considering I could probably use and upgrade 2 different things here. I think what I'll do is I'm going to hire the father and just talk to him for memories all day. And then I could probably upgrade a knife and a lantern thing here too. Is this like a relaxing game? It's pretty chill. Yeah. you're not like rushed in a lot of things. I think maybe once you start dealing with the corruption and the more complicated books, it gets a bit crazier. But we haven't really delved too deep into that yet. The ink one. Oh, we could upgrade the inks to level 3 is what you're telling me. With many memories. Which match a power aspect, including at least one lesson. Okay. So if I got 2 lantern memories. Well, that would obviously be better. Because that would give me a lantern 4 lesson. Upgrade shield is, yeah, that's sure the aspect. Yeah. So let's also contemplate some stuff. Preferably something like something with light, something with lantern. You have lantern. Spend a fet on that. We got the priest coming out. I don't know if we'll get anything done with this rain today, but I guess it really depends on how our conversations with the rector go. Get punished, but it doesn't feel too punishing. Yeah, that seems to be... I imagine that kind of seems to be the vibe. Like, Cultist Sim was really punishing, because if you got, like, caught in a chain of events and you didn't know how to get out of it, you just, like, lose your whole game. Perfect. That's a lantern memory. Sure. I can. Avexa. Consider this with you. Ereb. And a memory of sight? No, it needs to be knife. Okay. I can do that with you. A memory of sight. A Faust. I need 2 different lantern memories. That's going to be a little more tricky. I can't remember what she gave me, but I feel like it was something interesting. When we considered this doll. I'm going to use a health to consider it. Today is all going to be about just like mixing things together and slamming them into each other until we figure out an answer. Contemplate a skull when you want lantern. Oh, that's a good idea. Very Hamlet inspired. We have a couple of skulls around. A memory of fear. That's a knife memory. That's what I needed. Let's keep talking to you. So I will upgrade Sickle and Eclipse. Sight memory. Yeah, that's what I was worried about. Memory of fear. One of you and Ereb. Yes. I feel like that's good. If we upgrade 1 knife and 1 lantern, that feels like a good trade-off. Notice something worrying about the skulls. Apparently they're being cataloged as eggs. Yes, that's correct. You could probably do some crazy stuff with the skulls later. Have found out how to hatch them? Did putting them in the fire work? Sickle and Eclipse leveled up at 3-2. No, they don't hatch. They are inert. I'm gonna spend my Trist on this. Yeah, it's tricky. I need like the more complicated memory. Or A memory of foresight. Thank you, Father. That'll do. That's 2 lantern. That'll do it. If this is the case, I have Grail, I have Nectar. Are you worth upgrading? We're already halfway through the day. I feel like we have Nectar books. A Nectar 4 with rain and the gardening and god damn, what else can I use to upgrade Nectar? Do I even have a desk to study Nectar at? A dispensary, but that's not a desk. The Tan's desk, but that doesn't have Nectar. No, I think the answer is you don't have a desk to study that at. What about this desk? No. Tea or make ink? Oh, the ink might work. You're right. Didn't we just make ink that is really good for everything but not Nectar? If I got ink that does Nectar, I'll use it. I don't. Oh, I do have some books up here, though. And that reference image. Too many solar books. You're just looking at that skull, weirdo. You got another memory of sight. Okay, so Inks of Revelation. Lessons of Oral Contemplations, a memory of sight, a memory of foresight, and some fast. I'm no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. Hell yeah. Oh, you have Nectar. Hold on, can I do this then? I don't have a desk, so I have to consider if I want to open this book. And I have rain and health. And then I'll just sort of look around to see if I got something else. Try to understand it without reaching the requirement. You'll be giving a chance. I think it's just you have a chance to like add other things in if you do that. This is great. Lantern 4 is huge. So if I do that with this and health. I don't know how to speak this language. 6. 4 edge. Okay, well, we could easily do that now that we have edge upgraded, don't we? Hell yes. You there. Sickle and eclipse me. Okay, I think we finally have hit the point now where we're going to start like rolling over stuff. Which I'm very glad to say. Grail. Heart. I think all my Grail books are really high level. 8. Couple of 8. Is this a 4 Grail? Are you kidding me? Oh. It's in a language I don't know how to speak though. 8 Grail. 2. 4. 5. 'Hold on. Do I speak Sanskrit? I do. Do I have a desk that does Grail? Do I have another desk that does Grail? Patience. Patience. Select an item with nectar and hover over the nectar. All things will glow. Yeah, yeah. It's just confusing because it's not always like... If you're looking for like ink with nectar, there's no way to do like both filters at the same time. It's not widely believed that the sons and daughters of the Red Rose were forged into immortals. Understandably, they are, after all, now all long dead. The forge itself devoured the greatest among them. I guess I could just like look for a nectar ink in the meantime. I could also just organize my god darn shelves. Nectar ink, a grail ink is what I'm looking for. A cup of tea. I can't write with that, can I? Cat skull. Lots of liquids and materials. And essences and pigments, which I believe are used for painting. But we haven't unlocked that. We've gotten a lesson in Mensticate Reflections. And a memory of foresight. The royalty of England, according to Willis Ford, became the sovereigns of the Leashed Flame, destroying or transforming their enemies, conquering Europe, establishing grand cathedrals to St. Spark. The alliance with the Forge begins to take its toll at last. The Bronze King undergoes his great misfortune and great debasement, and afterwards is known as the Copper King. That's Henry VIII. His attempt to cheat the Forge ends badly, and the Leashed Flame is released, and the King's heirs are merely mortal sovereigns. Well, it's a book done, at least. This lesson, we could, I think, upgrade you. Tell me I have something I can do here. Yes, with my fet. It's the only one that'll work, I think. Yeah. Awesome. So we can use this memory to upgrade transformations, which we haven't locked in anywhere. That's going to be great. That's fantastic news. All right. And then this guy is Grail related. So my Chore Plus. My Memory of Rain. And then I need an ink or a tool, and I don't think I have one that will do this. Oh, this ink does have nectar. Oh, no, sorry, this tool has nectar. Nah, I think we're out of luck. I really need to organize this mess. Tools lighting up, but none of them what I need. What about this ink? Hound Skull. 5 scale. Five scale. Health, Hound Skull, and the Mortar and Pestle, I think, is scale. One of our items is scale, the Hourglass. That's a 6 scale, easy. We can do that. We can do that for sure. We have a 6 scale.
Now, bless this mess. May it continue.
Never. Sanskrit. A scroll of Sanskrit. Here we go. This is what we're going to do. This is what we're going to do right here. Boom. Boom. I know we have Path and Pilgrim, but this one's actually 2 scale. Is this already enough? I think it is. That's 8. I could do even better. Do I even need this ink? Oh, this ink is 5. Do we have any 8 scale books? If I'm going to use this, we might as well use it on the good stuff. We sure do. It's written in Greek, which I also speak, and is worth a lot of money. Hell yeah, brothers. That's going to get us some good stuff. Unfortunately, this thirsting tantra, we do not know the answer to. Kazarn, are we? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the agency. Narrator, thank you for the biddies today. One of the irks is the double filter. Yeah, I don't know if they've already said they're addressing something of that sort. They have already kind of came out and said like there's a bunch of stuff they're working on, which all seems like it's good quality of life stuff. Excellent, excellent. A higher level forge. Ooh, chandlery, a skill that can be used with suitable ingredients to make candles. The most likely ingredients are beeswax and herbs, but to confound villagers and visitors, leave a meaningful pause before the word suitable. Now, this guy, I think... Can we slot him anywhere? No. Ilhastry and illumination. So he's on these two. So I have to level this guy up again to a level 3, and then he can fill one of those 2 slots. But that's like not a bad place to be. Having him on hand, already leveled up, ready to rock. Not linked to anything. He's valuable. So you can make candles? Out of honey? Honey is food. Kitchen range. Interesting. I guess maybe there is a like a candle shop somewhere in the building. How to fix the soul. Pray to the Eldritch gods. No easy answer to that question. Clouds. Boring. Clouds are boring weather. Well. Still don't have a room to combine that fast. Could be this veiled chamber up here. I'm guessing this is also a shrine, like all the other rooms here have shrines around them, so it's a good bet there's a shrine in there that I can maybe use for fast upgrades. Actually, you know what? Hold on a second. What do you have here? You're the Watchman. You're Megurad. You're St. Januarius. The little god at the door. I'm assuming St. Januarius means the sun in rags. So this would be the Meniscat. So this is probably going to be Moon. Horamachistry, maybe? Ah, who knows? You know what? Every time I try to guess, I can never figure it out. Is there any chance that also we have the things to upgrade this at this point? No, I'm still looking for a suitable ink, it says. I guess it's not you either. I really would have thought Inks of Revelation for a lantern challenge would have made the most sense. But I guess not. Depends on the soul that was damaged. Read the aspects of the damaged soul. In which station? Ooh, I don't know. I don't know. We haven't gotten to dealing with souls yet. This is beyond me. St. Januarius is just a name, not an hour. Right, okay, so maybe it's just these two are hours and these two are saints or something. All right, dudes, what are we doing today? What's the plan here? We got terrible weather. Should I start like cracking open books? I mean, you're already working on some stuff. Moth and Moon. What we just upgraded Moth. Do we have any Moth 3 books? Winter. Are you Moth? You're Moon. What's this guy back here? Knife 4. Oh my god, let's do you. You kidding me? That's simple. Who's got knife? Decoding 2 books at the same time. Can we do a third? How crazy can we get right now? Heart. Rose. Knock. I don't think any of these are going to be any of those. You're hurt. You're hurt. You're Latin. I speak Latin. We're decoding 3 books at the same time? We're absolutely losing our minds. Can we do a 4th? We have this reading room as well. Heart, Lantern, Moon, and Sky. I mean, we'd even have a memory we could plug in here. 2 moons. 3 skies. You're a moon book. What is happening? I think that's every one of our desks in use at the same time. Should we consider? Rose and Moth. This is another moon book here. Just popping off. I told you the moment we unlocked like all of the things, we just like go absolutely berserk. I was not incorrect in that guess. This is another Edge 4 book, so we can open that one easy. Just not with the skills that we have free at the moment. This is a Forge 6. My metal is in use, but I have Forge 5. Just its base skills. So that's probably doable. These are all going to be pretty high. Oh, actually, you're a Heart 6. Are you in a weird language? You're a phonograph record. I have a phonograph. No, I don't. I have a... Oh, I see. These are scrolls. These are phonographs. Can the film player play phonographs? No. It can only play films. Fair. Newton, heading out. Take it easy, my dude. This is madness. Yeah, I mean, let's... I'm going to unpause and let these books decode. This is going to be more stuff than I know what to do with. We're also going to get like so many memories. And if we're smart about it, we can use those memories to unlock other books. Or rooms. Depending on where we want to go. We should. See who's for hire. Scale unearthed. Mech is not sympathetic to the mother of ants, whom he calls a milk thief. He reviles her for her part in the death of the 7 coils, which he presents as treacherous conspiracy. The milk thief conspires with the Lygian Echidna and the hour to be called Chillark, the colonel, to unseam the 7 coils with feathers and drown her in salt. The colonel thus ascends to hour status. The jealous milk thief, once the colonel's priestess, seduces the Echidna into lading her the hissing key to answer the manses to the Savage Door, beginning her own ascent to the name and ultimately hour. The Savage Door I don't recognize. Serpents and Venom. Moon and Scale. We don't really have a good moon card. Or a good scale card. Oh, I got 2 of them. I'm going to use one. I'm going to use one right away. Now, the stupid thing I did is that book I pulled from a shelf instead of my inventory. So it went back to the shelf instead of my inventory, which means I don't know where it went. Oh, was it a scale book? This scale book, wasn't it? Yes, the Hissing Key. Damn, I feel like we are cooking right now. Like the next person who comes along to be like, hello, do you know about this mystery? I'm going to be like, yeah, man, here's every book you need. Welcome to the library. Let's go. Our library is popping off. We do have winter memories here, and I do know that there's a winter book right here. A winter 6 and a winter 4.
If only we could organize the library by numbers, like a system of decimal numbers.
If
Into
only.
a decimal system.
This is enough. That's 4. Yeah, let's just do that. It's good use of the whist. Serpentine Venom. Moon and double scale. Nice. That's what I was kind of hoping, to be honest. We can also upgrade her right away. Using her own thing. I guess a health card for scale. And understanding needs a memory. A memory. Let's see what these books come back with. I just imagine like tomorrow is going to end up being like the 9th season or whatever, and we're going to lose all of our lessons. I really hope not. Yeah, like I'm scared to spend anything right now based on like how much stuff we have coming in. Oh yeah. The Skulking Fugitive. Scale, Edge, and Heart. Scale, Edge, Heart. Do I want to buy you? I guess that's the question. So he's going to come with 4 of any of those. If I can get him 2 scale, we could explore the Ravaged Foundry. And I feel like that's probably super easy to do. I know we have a lot of stuff that gives scale. Like this ink that he can't drink. Or perhaps this Strathcoin whiskey gives double scale. There you go. Hire him for a florin. And I guess we better serve up some of this. I feel like I should start moving all the servable booze down here, seeing as this is the kitchen. Let's get him drunk on a little whiskey and then set him off to work. How do you get FET++? You have to take 2 FET pluses and combine them together. And it's a bit weird and it's a bit tricky on how to go about doing it, because you need to basically get... You need to commit lessons into the Tree of Wisdoms that are attuned to FET. And then you need to use those lessons to upgrade 2 FETs into FET pluses. So you need 3 lessons attuned to FET to get a FET++. And I think I also started with an extra FET, which might have helped. Though actually, I have 1 extra left over, so that's probably all you need is 3 lessons attuned to FET, and then combine 2 FETs together into a FET+, 2 FETs together into a FET+, and then you just have to make sure that you have like the right stuff unlocked for the right trees and everything else. It's a bit weird. It's a bit jumbly. You got serpents and venoms. Does that mean you can milk your snake? Maybe. We might be able to. The assassins, according to Aaron, the agents of power called the Colonel, the soldier of the secret masters. So the Colonel, I think, is related specifically to Edge. Aaron's scholarship is dubious, but he or she writes pithily. Incidents of sudden and violent death are interspersed with aphorisms. Ours don't dream. Long try not to. Sharps. And knife memories. Knife and moon memories. So I could use that knife memory with this health and upgrade this serpent and venom card. Is this what I want to do? Knives and moon. Your scales. I could upgrade my sickle and eclipse card. But you're my only scale lesson. Why am I using 2 lessons here? What am I, an idiot? I don't need to do that. I need to put that in there. There we go. That makes way more sense. Whew, that was close. Moon, a culmination. By the time he wrote these letters, Corsley was identified with the Onero-political worms movement and Haersolt with the birds, meaning roughly that Haersolt held the order of the hours to be desirable and Coulsley held it to be oppressive. Many of Coulsley's arguments about consequence and finality are couched in erudite and practical alchemical terms. Others appear to be thinly veiled threats at Haersolt. Some, both. A memory of regret and a moon and winter lesson. Putrefaction and calcinations. That looks like it's going to be a good winter lesson. Which I do not believe we really have. We have 1 winter here. Putrefacions and calcinations. I'm going to learn that one. Moon and winter. Moon and knife. Avoid using more than 1 lesson. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. You're going to unlock the Ravage Foundry. This is the craziest day we have ever had in Hush House. Heart onwards. I can't believe this. A long dialogue between the Mountain Mother and the Vigilant Storms describes the way in which both mountains and storms end and the protection they use against those ends. But we must use the knife, said the lion-throned one, the noose, the flame, the waking word against those who have passed the 3-valved door. None may pass. That is our law and the law of the sun. A memory of solace. Megafence Mysteries. Heart and Moon. I could use that to upgrade weaving and not working. With that memory of solace. And that would be wise. I can't, I am out of the abilities I need to do any of this. I could take a drink of something. It's an expensive way to replenish your victuals. But I think that's worth it. Oh, it's going to take a minute and a half anyway. Too much to do. Too much to do in one day. I'm going to lose all my memories. Serpents and Venom is now at level 2. Can I put it in anywhere? I think I can. Hushery or Skullasophy? Shapt. Eloquence and understanding. The door opens both ways. One of the 9 parts of the human soul. I guess health doesn't count. And Tryst. Okay, so this is kind of interesting. If I got Tryst, I could upgrade my Tryst into Tryst Plus. But on the other hand, if I got Shapt, I don't have Shapt. Shapt looks like it's Grail. And that would give me at least 1 part of everything. Hushery, Hushery, Hushery. I have a Hushery station. I don't have a Skelosophy. I actually think I'm going to take Tryst. It also gives me another card to use today. For one of my many, many lessons I'm trying to upgrade. So I was saying, what was I saying? Weaving and not working? I was going to upgrade with Magpie Mysteries and Memories of Solace and... that? This is ludicrous. Crafting some seriously powerful ink right now. I'm getting better at understanding crafting. It definitely, once you start knocking the crafting stuff out of the park, it's like you open up a whole other level. And it's basically like, can you, with the resources you have on hand, create 10 of an element? Like 10 heart. 10 of a principle. Is that what we call them? Principles? Principles. And we're getting closer and closer at that because we're starting to get a lot of level 2s, which will help us get level 3s now. So I do have a couple lessons left here. I think I'd like to acquire this one so we have a good winter lesson. I also don't have any other memories. So I don't know what else I could upgrade. Winter and Moon. Like I could use it to upgrade Serpents and Venoms, but I would need a lot of memories to do it. And I feel like Putrefacitions and Calcinations will help me with alchemy stuff. Opening up crafting for you is a game changer because it means I feel fine about reusing the resources in the first place. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Use a desk to use ink to understand books. Yeah, it also doesn't take up your consider slot, which is the nice thing. That's how we just studied 4 books at the same time. So there are so many stories of her heritage, so many rumors of her persistence. We might easily choose to believe that the Grand Twins escaped or lived beyond the sea. Father Theo has come to believe that Eva sought an escape from the family curse, the pale heritage of Halfrin, her forebearer, or the curse placed upon the line of the cunning man Red Williams in the time of Henrik Dewulf. Now, Eva we know about, so do we know about Henrik. He'd begun by believing neither curse was real, but as the book concludes, he decides that he is determined to believe in them rather than accept the 3 deaths as futile tragedy. One does not so easily escape the long necessity of faith. Okay, so a little bit of like the story that we're starting to unlock, because we're starting to get what happened now. And it seems to be that the King Henry VIII, the Bronze King, was cursed and became the Iron King afterwards. And when he fell, he passed this house down to Henrik and Eva. Or at least passed it down to Henrik, the first Baron. So now we're starting to learn that, like, the house is cursed. The family line of the house is cursed, which is very interesting. Morin, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the agency. Lesson of rhyme and remembrance. Oh, this looks like a cool one. Etching runes into bones. And another memory of regret. Moth. I get a lot of moon cards here. Maybe we should upgrade sea stories. Winter. Do I have a moon in winter? I'm learning a moon in winter right now, actually. That's what this card is. So you know what? I'm going to use this memory of regret with one of these lessons, and I'm going to upgrade this card immediately. That's what I'm going to do. It's not even dusk. Winter 2. Nice. Very good. I love it. Give me that. Can I use any... Oh no, do I not have... Damn. I need either moon or winter. Which is all the tryst that we have, basically. Alright, so... Unless there's something else I can boost via winter. Sights and sensations, maybe? Yeah? That would give us a 3 sky 2 winter. Which I'm gonna be honest is a little bit useless to us. But I mean, it's not useless. It's just that we have cards that already do all that stuff. Winter. Maybe we could craft something with winter instead. 1, 2, 3, 4. Where would we craft winter? Who's got the winter crafting stations? You do. This memory with these perfections. A soul of fast, just because we need a soul in here. And a candle or a devotion. A candle or a... Ah, you know who works for this is snakes, but they're the wrong element. I feel like nothing I have is going to work for this, because it's all like lights. Mercs work. Ooh. Damn. None of our mercs are winter mercs. Paper works, but is also not useful. It looks like it's all just like candles. And I don't think we have any candles. Unless I find a... I just noticed all the different lamps have different colored shades, and the different shades actually correspond to the different elements. So like this is an edge, this is a grail. So technically if I found a lamp with like a blue shade, that would work. Ooh, what are you? Turpentine. Hello. You suffice. Yugal ink. Yeah, let's do that. Why not? Cursed Soup, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the agency. And we just have to hope that these lessons don't burn out. It's like a 1 in 9 chance, so... Oh, yeah. Or chore. The chore. The chore. Heart and grail. Neither of those are related to these lessons. But they are related to sea stories. I need a memory. I need a moon. Or a grail? God damn, that's going to be really tricky to get. I'm going to consider the foundation of the sun with Ereb. See if we can't get a memory. We're almost out of nighttime, so moon memories are pretty easy to find if you know where to look. I don't. So we'll wander around in the dark, so to speak. I think that's fine. Again, it's like if we don't get these lessons today, it's pretty unlikely we'll lose them, but being able to set off on a new day with all of our skills refreshed will be super valuable. I wish I could catalog some books in the meantime, but I guess we're using up all of our juice here. Lantern. Boo. What are you working on? Ugal ink, right. Hope that's done before morning. It is. Nectar 2 ink. Oh, that's amazing. Okay, so we can solve all of the Nectar books. We can solve all of the Nectar books now. Night has fallen. Oh my god, actually. I thought we were still in the middle of the day. What about you? Can we look at you, maybe? I feel like paintings always just get us memories of sight. What about, like, these bows? You know what? That last card we're missing is definitely Nectar. That last element. The most impossible element to find. I guess our heart allows us to study it. Touch memory. Okay. Oh, I'm starting to get it. So you look at paintings, so you get lantern, you touch the bows. Supple Cornish ash, you get forge. Moon. What, armchairs maybe? I feel like that's also going to be touch. I guess all the different things. Twilight pot. Oh my god, this is probably... I'd say this would probably give me moon if I investigated a twilight pot. That screams moon. Nectar's been giving you trouble. Oh, and Rose. Only got 2 books on Rose. Oh man, Rose was like one of the first things we kicked off on because we had a lot of FET, and one of our things really early on gave it to us. Okay, furniture is also touch. And there's a new current affair happening. Well, we didn't lose our lessons. I'm very glad to say. We made some really nice discoveries here too. Rose books seem rare. We got a few. 8, 6, 12, 6. Some of those we could probably read. And we've read... Oh, actually none. Rose was traditionally in Cultist Simulator. Rose was like the maps. So Rose was how you like found other locations. They didn't call it rose. They called it histories. But I believe like the compass rose is what it's meant to imply. Now in the new stuff. Oh my god. Scale and nectar are hard to start off. Scale we did. It took us a little bit, but we've kicked into scale here now pretty well. And we got a couple good scale cards. I think it really just depends on what cards you take first. Like certain cards will lead you down certain paths easier. So like I went Fet and Fost. So like Lantern, Sky, and Rose were really, really easy for me early on. And that's what we focused on. All of our first books were Lantern books and Sky books and Rose books. Or Lantern books and Sky books, at least. Yeah, then we had a little bit of Knock. A lot of Sky. We did a lot of Sky. But yeah, we have a couple scale books. A couple moon books. You're right. Rose is kind of rare. We do have roses, but they're all like 6 and 8s. So, but we're going to go into this next day tomorrow. Because that's all the time we have for today. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for joining us in Hush House. We're going to be back 10 a.m. tomorrow. We're playing this all week. We're playing it till we beat it. As far as I'm concerned, I'm having so much fun. I love this game. I want to play more of it. And so I'm going to. Come hell or high water. Thanks for joining.